Good afternoon and welcome to the fourth round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament in Paris.
And
It is
welcome to the fourth
round
of the
round
FIDE Grand Prix
before the rest
tournament
day,
in
which
Paris.
will be tomorrow. And yesterday we saw a very interesting round with a lot of fight and 4 decisive games out of 6. And the most interesting was that all 4 decisive games were played with white. Now we have the following tournament situation. Boris Gelfand has managed to win his second game out of 3, and now he is at the sole lead of the tournament with 2.5 points. He is followed by several other players. So the field of this tournament is beginning to spread. Today also we have interesting encounters. It is always like this when the players are very strong, almost the same in strength. Every one of them is above 2700. So also today we're hoping to see as much fight as yesterday. Yesterday it was a difficult day for everyone, not only for the players but also for the commentators, because we had to sit here until 10 o'clock in the evening for 7 hours. It was difficult for everyone here in the press center, but you cannot even imagine how difficult it was for the players himself. And if you have been following the press conference yesterday, you could have noticed that there were a lot of mistakes. Sometimes the mistakes were very serious, and probably the best essence of the day were the words of Van Gaal. On his press conference after the game with Ivanchuk, he said that he became so tired after the control that after the move 40, his head has completely stopped working, and he was not able to see anything. And also he blundered the piece and lost to Ivanchuk. But okay, life sometimes can be hard. It is chess, and the players have to continue fighting to play chess in all circumstances, no matter how difficult it is. And let's start looking at the current developments in the game now. As always, we will be starting from the first game, and this is the game Van Gaal Nakamura. So this is the first game that I have in the list. So now you can see the video of these games, and the diagram has appeared at the right bottom of the screen, so I can now start entering the moves. So I'm trying to follow this usual procedure. So knight f3. Van Gaal at this tournament is playing highly theoretical games, and so I'm a little bit surprised that he's choosing the ready opening on move knight f3. So this of course move is not the strongest, because from the first moves you have to start fighting for the center. Probably Van Gaal has become too tired after yesterday's games that he wants to direct the game in a quiet waters. Let's see what is going on in this game. d5, g3. This is so-called ready opening, and black in this position selects one of the possible setups, and this is the development of the bishop to g4. Bishop g2, c6, c4, e6. So this is everything is theory. Castle, knight d7, exchange on d5, d3. So white is taking very slow approach to this game. He is not trying to fight for the center immediately, but he wants first to finish the development, and only at a later stage to play e2, e4, knight gf6, knight c3. And white is planning several moves later to play the move e2, e4. Of course, it is quite difficult to get advantage by white playing chess like this, but each player choosing one or another variation has its own motivation. Hikaru Nakamura also demonstrated himself very well prepared for this tournament, and in some of the games he was very deeply theoretically prepared, knowing the modern theory up to move 25, like for example his game against Dominguez. So probably the choice of Anha was also to eliminate the opening preparation of his opponent. Now black is thinking, and we can go to the next game. And this is the game Pressinier Ivanchuk. So I'm now loading the video and opening the diagram. So Fressinier lost yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, who showed excellent technique in the middle game and in the ending. So it is a little bit difficult psychologically for Laurent Fressinier to play at this moment, especially when it is happening after the loss. But in such a strong tournament like this, everything can happen. So let's look at the games. Fressinier Ivanchuk. So d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, c4, b6. And here on board we have the Queen's Indian defense. In the game against Alexander Grishuk several days ago, Laurent Fressinier chose the rare line of the Queen's Indian defense, and he played bishop f4 here. But also in this game, Laurent Fressinier is choosing another rare variation of the Queen's Indian defense. So it is obvious that Laurent Fressinier is trying to avoid theoretical developments in all of his games, and he is trying to surprise the opponent. Now he is choosing the move e3. If you are interested to learn more about theoretical developments in the Queen's Indian defense or Nemtsovich defense, you can acquire my recently published DVDs. They were issued by ChessBase. One of the DVDs is concentrated on Catalan Queen's Indian defense, another DVD on Nemtsovich, and in these DVDs, in all details, I explain all main strategical ideas, lines, and so on. This variation as black I had to encounter in numerous games. One of the latest game in this variation as black, after bishop b7, knight c3, I had to play against Vladimir Kramnik at the Wijk tournament. So here white is threatening to play d5 at some point and to try to establish the control over the center. It is necessary to neutralize once and forever ideas of white with the move d5, and the most natural and common move in this position is the move bishop b4. So I expect Vasily Ivanchuk to make this move. So at this moment Vasily is thinking, and this gives us the possibility to go further and look at the next game, Grishuk-Caruana. I'm loading the video. And what would we see in the game Grishuk-Caruana? We see the King's Indian defense on board. And the moves are the following. Knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6, d4, bishop g7, e3, castle, bishop e2, d6, knight c3, knight bd7, castle, and e5. This is a quite unusual position to encounter in the King's Indian defense. Usually white has the pawn on e4 instead of the pawn on e3. So this approach by Alexander Grishuk is a little bit cautious. Also, maybe he is not ready to enter very deep theoretical discussions. Queen c2, rook e8. So white is thinking at the moment. So and now I just saw that the move rook d1 has been played. So also here no deep theoretical discussions in this game. Now moving to the next game, Ponomarev-Tomashevsky. Here in this game we have the Dutch defense d5, but not appearing directly by the move f5 here, but after the move d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, c6, knight bd2, played with idea to conduct the move e to e4, and instead of choosing the normal developing move knight g8 f6 in this game, Evgeny Tomashevsky chose to play f5. The move f5 is leading now to the Dutch defense and so-called stone wall, because the pawn structure of black in the center reminds us about the stone wall. This setup is very solid, but it also has several drawbacks in this position, and the biggest problem for black in the Dutch defense is how to solve the problem of the bad bishop c8. As you see that the bishop c8 is surrounded by his own pawns, and all these pawns b7, c6, d5, e6, e5 are standing on the same color as the bishop c8. Also, the drawback of the move f5 that it weakens the square e5, and this square e5 is very often occupied by the white knight going there from the square f3. This the strongest player who ever played Dutch defense very often, and is Vladimir Malanyuk from Ukraine. There are not so many followers of the Dutch defense because it is not to everyone's taste to play a slightly passive position. But of course, I repeat, position of black remains very solid, and it is still very difficult for white to break the defensive resources. So g3, the normal way for the development, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop d6, castle, and now the move knight d7. Very often the main idea for white is to try to exchange the black squared bishops. Sometimes white plays b3, a4 with the idea to play bishop a3. After the exchange of the bishop d6, it would be possible to use the weakness of the square e5, and then we will see the difference in the strength of the pieces, the bishop g2 against the bishop c8. So that's why white played b3 in this position, and now after the move and after the castle, white is thinking how to go further. There are several options available for white. One of them is to play bishop b2 in order to stop black from playing e6, e5. Because if, for example, white plays a4, then he has taken into account the possible move e6, e5 by black. And because of the just set, Ruslan Ponomarev chose the move bishop b2, because it is very important not only to realize your own plan, but also it is very important to control the ideas and the plans of the opponent. After each move, every player must ask what does the opponent want, what is his idea, what are the plans, and try to neutralize the play of the opponent. So now black is thinking, and we are moving to the next game, and this is the game Dominguez Giri. Loading the video and now opening the game. So here in this also in this game we have very quick theoretical developments. Anish Giri at this tournament is accompanied by one coach and one second, Vladimir Chuchilov and Robin Van Kampen. 2 days ago we had a conversation with Robin Van Kampen. And today, as I've already announced, we are going to talk with the coach of Anish Giri, Vladimir Chuchilov, who specially came to this tournament hall, to the press center, in order to have conversation with me, what would be very, very interesting and useful to hear for all visitors of the site of the tournament. But okay, let's look at the game Dominguez Giri. At the moment, the result of Anish is not so good. He lost one game and made 2 draws, so he is behind in development. So but his task was also quite difficult because he had 2 black games in the first 2 rounds of the tournament, and it is always very difficult to begin with the first black games. So let's look. E4, E5. Now we have Spanish defense or Roy Lopez on board, and if you can remember the game of Anish yesterday, he was playing against Roy Lopez by white, and today he is playing Roy Lopez by black himself. So it is a very good quality for the modern chess player, that you must be universal chess player, that sometimes you need to play the same openings by white and by black. And in this game Anish decided to play knight c6. If you remember the game of Anish against Ruslan Ponomarev several days ago, then you can remember then that in that game black chose a completely different approach, playing knight f6, which was a Russian game or Petrov defense. Usually black players choose Petrov defense when they are playing for a draw. And of course the move knight c6 is much more fighting move. So I believe that we can see very, very interesting complex fight in this game. So let's see. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop b5, bishop b3, and bishop c5. So the development of the bishop to c5 is a so-called Arkhangelsk variation. The same experienced and strong Grandmaster Vladimir Malanyuk from Ukraine was playing this move, bishop c5, quite often in the years 80s, 90s of the last century. Here, after the move bishop c5, white has many different possibilities. For example, to play a4, c3, and so on. The move chosen by Linie Dominguez is a less popular move, and this is the move knight c3. Because usually in such positions, white is trying to fight for the center, playing c3 and d4. And the move knight c3 is not serving the purpose of the direct attack of the center. So usually playing knight c3, white is aiming for a completely different plan. He wants to play a4 and to try to attack the pawn b5 and to try to use the weakness of this pawn, and maybe to create other weaknesses on the queen's side of black. So this is the idea behind the move knight c3, castle d3, and now white wants to play bishop g5 to pin the knight f6. And in the light of this threat, uh, black plays now h6, so to prevent white from development of the bishop to g5. Knight is going now to d5, d6, and now white still plays c3 in order to fight for the center, as I've previously said. Now it is obvious that white already prepares the move d3, d4. And at the moment it is quite difficult for black to prevent the move d4, because, for example, if black plays bishop g4, then he has to think about the following continuation: h3, bishop h5, for example, knight f6, queen f6, and now bishop d5, winning the exchange, because the knight on c6 cannot be defended, and white wins the exchange in this position. So after the move c3, black cannot stop the plan, the main idea of white to play in such positions. This is the fight for the center, c3, and then d4. So now the move rook b8. Now bishop, now d4. Now d4. Bishop is going to a7, and white supports his center, playing bishop e3. At this moment, it is quite difficult for white to hold, for black to hold the pressure in the center, because d5 is threatening, and white wants to win the material. So black decides to take on d5, and after knight d5, white is thinking how to react to this move. Two options are available: taking on d5 with a bishop or with a pawn. Then after both ways, black has to take on d4, and then the series of the exchanges will follow. Although white is standing here slightly better, I don't believe that black can have serious problems in this position, especially after exchange on d4. So, but still, I want to say that this everything remains a theory, and Anish is playing very quickly at the moment. As in the previous game, immediately after the opening, he has a big advantage on clock against all of his opponents. Also in this game he has 1 hour 55 minutes left on his clock, when Linia Dominguez has 15 minutes left. And now let's go to the last sixth game of this round, and this is the game Bakro-Gelfand. I want to remind you that Boris Gelfand remains one of the leaders of this no, he remains the sole leader of this tournament with 2.5 points out of 3. And let us look what is happening in this game. So e4, c5, knight f3. During most of his career, Boris Gelfand was playing neither defense, which begins with the move d6. But recently he started to play Sveshnikov variation, and nowadays mostly he plays the move knight c6. Since Boris Gelfand is a well-known theoretician, not all the players want to enter theoretical discussions with him, and in order to avoid theory, you should not play d4 here, and you can choose between different ways, or playing bishop b5, or playing c3, or playing knight c3. The most common way for white to play is the move bishop b5. I play this variation by myself as black, as white, and also a lot of other world top players are regularly choosing this move bishop b5. To remind you, at the recent match Anand Gelfand, we also saw this move bishop b5 quite often. After the move bishop b5, black has plenty of possibilities how to react to it. He can play d6, he can play e6, g6. So lot of possibilities are possible here. And in this game, Boris Gelfand decides to play e6. After the move e6, white has again several different options how to react to it. The most natural and the most commonly played is to try to exchange on c6 here. And after bc6, we have a very unbalanced complex position where black has a doubled pawns c5, c6. So it means that the pawn structure of black is damaged, but in turn black has a very strong center and the advantage of pair of bishops. So the fight after exchange on c6 is very complex and very difficult to understand. In this game, Etienne Bacro decides not to enter this type of the position, and he selects another popular move, and this is the move short castle here. Now knight g e7, so that was the idea behind the move e6. Now the move rook e1, a6, and white bishop goes back to the square f1. White has managed to keep his bishop on f1, but he lost some time, and this is everything allows black to take over the center, playing d5 immediately. Now e d5, knight d5, this everything is theoretical, and it was played many times. d4, knight f6, bishop e3, bishop e7, c4, and now black castles. This type of structure is very well known for me. I usually get it from the Sicilian defense playing the same white color. Also, it can appear from other openings like French defense. After knight c3, c d4, knight d4, where we have the position where white has 3 pawns against 2 on the queen side. Black in his turn has the pawns majority in the center. White here is slightly better in this position, and black needs to play rather carefully in order to try to finish the development in this position. Now knight e5 has been played, with the idea sometimes to play knight g4. And also later maybe sometimes black can play b6 to develop the bishop to b7, or play bishop d7, and so on. So the most important task for the moment for black is to try to finish the development as quickly as possible. After the move knight e5, white played h3 in order to stop this idea of black to play knight g4. And now this is what I was telling about. Black is finishing his development, developing the bishop to d7. Now queen b3 and queen c7. Rook a d1, rook f d8. So the opening phase of this game is over, and now we have entered the middle game. knight c2 with the idea to win the exchange. Bishop b6 now is a threat, so black has to neutralize it, playing bishop c5. Bishop c5, queen c5, and queen b4. Quite unusual to see exchanges so quickly, but this approach by white is very, very safe. And of course, we remember the yesterday's games of Etienne Bacro against Hikaru Nakamura. Etienne played very, very bad in that game, and already after the move 15 he could resign, because on move 12 he blundered a piece, and he immediately found himself in a lost position. So probably Etienne is not feeling very comfortable today because of the yesterday loss. So he is trying to play very, very safely in order to fight for advantage without absolutely any risk. But if you are taking cautious measures against world leading players, then of course it is incredibly difficult to win. And if you have practically no advantage, then the only hope for you is the mistake of the opponent. But in such a strong tournament, it is very difficult to hope for the mistake of the opponent. And I believe that sooner or later, but probably sooner, black solves all his opening problems easily, and this game, of course, should finish in a draw. Now we have looked at all the games, and we are going to make a circle and start over again. So now returning back to the game Wang Hao Nakamura, and we see that four more moves were played in this game. After knight c3, bishop d6, h3 was played, and now black exchanged on f3, so given up his bishop, but it is connected with a good idea to win some space in the center. And after bishop f3, black plays d4. After the move d4, white can no longer play his main idea e2, e4 in this opening. And after knight e4, bishop, oh no, bishop, but d e4. This is quite an unusual decision by white to take on e4 with a pawn. But probably in the game, white was afraid to take on e4 with the bishop, because after castle, later f5, f4 can follow, and black has some attacking possibilities on the king side. So that's why white took with the pawn d4, but now we see that the pawn structure of white in the center has been damaged, and the pawns in the center are doubled. So now bishop c5 has been played, and white is thinking. So going now to the game Frissinier-Grishuk. Let's see what happened in this game. And instead of the move bishop b4, which is the most natural move in the position, Vasily played d5 here. This is of course a possible move in this position, and obviously Vasily is trying to get the same type of structure as he had in the game from the first round against Linier Dominguez. After exchange on d5, we have exactly the same pawn structure that we saw in the first round. And after bishop b5, c6, bishop d3, knight bd7, castle, bishop e7, b3, castle, bishop b2, and now the move bishop d6, we see that the position is almost identical to what we saw 3 days ago. So white, of course, here in this position is slightly better, but long positional fight is ahead. Knight e2, and now the move rook e8, played to prevent the move knight f3 e5, and black in his turn wants to play knight e4, then maybe go for attack of the white king, playing f5, g5, queen f6, and so on. So I expect in this game very interesting positional battle. So now knight g3 is played with the idea to meet the move knight e4 by the move queen c2. And queen e7 is not possible because there is move knight f5. And if after queen c2 black plays knight d f6, then white is ready to play knight e5. So after the move knight g3, black must decide how to go further. Now moving to the next game. This is the game Grishuk-Caruana. So several moves were played. After the move rook d1, black played e4. So now closing the center. And we can see that we have something like a ready opening, but with the opposite, with a change of color. After the move knight d2, queen e7, black wants to go for attack on the white king, playing h5, maybe later knight f8, knight h7, bishop g4, or bishop f5, knight g4, and so on. So we can see very interesting double-edged fight in this game. White in his turn must play actively on the queen side. And so white will be playing on the queen side, black will be playing for attack on the white king. So very, very interesting battle lies ahead of us. After b4, knight f8 was played, bishop b2, and now the move h5. Without playing h5, or maybe later bishop g4 or h4 and so on, it is quite difficult for black to make further progress. So the plan chosen in this game by Fabiana Caruana is very, very common. Now moving to the next game, Ponomarev-Tomashevsky. And what do we see there? After bishop b2, b6 has been played, it is very important for black to try to solve the problem of the bad bishop c8, as I've already said already. Now knight is going to e5, bishop b7, and now knight is going to d3. I don't understand quite well why white is playing knight d3. It seems to be that more logical would be to play knight d f3 instead. But probably this is still theory and everything else has been played before. I'm not playing the Dutch defense with black. Also, it is not appearing in my white games, so for me it is a little bit difficult to discuss the theoretical lines in this position. So knight d3 was played here, and now the move queen e7. And white is thinking. Now going to the game, Dominguez Giri. So loading the game, and we left when black played knight d5. After the move bishop d5, I said the most natural and move is to take on d4 with the pawn. But this move was not played in the game, and very, very quickly after bishop d5, black answered by the move knight e7. Now it is possible to see that this move is connected with a pawn sacrifice. And since Anish Giri is playing very, very quickly, then we can see that this is everything his home preparation, because otherwise during the game you would take much more time in order to commit such a move, sacrificing the pawn. If you are not prepared at home, it is always very difficult to sacrifice a pawn. Now d e5 has been played, bishop e3, f e3, and now the move knight d5 here. So now there is a possibility to take on d5 with a queen or with a pawn. And Dominguez is thinking, because he must make a difficult decision. And probably for Dominguez this is not a well-known territory, because he already used half an hour more than his opponent, and Danish at this moment has 1 hour 55 minutes on his clock. So obviously this is everything was very well prepared at home. And in the game Bakro-Gelfand, black is still thinking, or to exchange the queens or not to exchange. So we can conclude now that the opening phase of all the games has been over. The games entered the middle game phase. So when you're already out of your home preparation, you need more and more time to make your moves. And this allows us to take some break, and I'm going to find and invite our special guest for today, Vladimir Chuchilov. So I'm going to disconnect for a while. Meanwhile, just look what is going on at the games, and then in a couple of minutes I will be back. Press conference. Microphone. Good afternoon again, and now I have in the studio the special guest of today, Vladimir Chuchilov, a famous coach originally from Russia, but now living in Belgium. Welcome to the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So please tell a little bit about yourself. Where was your origin, and where are you staying now?
It's of course a long story, so we have to look 20 years back. Yeah. So all started that I was originally born in Moscow. So since we talk about chess, my chess school, it was the Moscow Pioneer Palace. So the famous trainers like Abram Kassin, for example, who was later also trainer of Vareev and others. So till the age of 17, so I was quite actively involved in chess scene as a youth player, playing all kind of Moscow Championship, all kind of also at that time Soviet events. So and later on, so it was a period when I was playing for the Army Sport Club, which was stationed in Berlin, near Berlin. So it was like 1989 till 1991.
So exactly the last years of the Soviet Union.
Exactly, it was. It just happened. In fact, just before the collapse of Berlin Wall. So. And the first international event in Western Europe, I played in Belgium, and it was in a small town, the capital of so-called capital of German-speaking part of Belgium, which called Eupen. And somehow that was my first stop, and it stayed like this for the next nearly 20 years.
So you are still now living in Eupen?
Yes, yes.
And from which year are you permanently living in Eupen? So how many years?
Yeah, it's altogether I settled there like I would say 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Yeah, so it's already some kind of distance. And so there I was for about 15 years or 10 years. It was my professional career as a player, and more or less from the year 2000-2001, it was my first debut. I was invited by famous Dutch grandmaster Jeroen Piquet. It was the year 2001. It was the preparation for the WKZ tournament A group. So the year 2002, I went with him for this event. So for me, it was like first big top event. It was the first year that Kasparov was not taking part. I remember this, so it was quite regretful for me.
No, 2001 in WKZ, Kasparov exactly was playing.
So 2002.
Because I played in WKZ in 2001, and then I played against Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, exactly. So it was 2002, and what I remember about this tournament, I didn't stay very long because WKZ is known to be so in winter it's kind of a place where you can catch cold. Yeah.
Yes. It's
so that's what exactly it's what exactly happened to me. And after a few days being there, so I had really to go home because it was some severe problems. So. But then that was actually the final year of that Jeroen Piquet was still active as a player.
Yes, so probably young generation does not know anything about Jeroen Piquet, but actually maybe like 10, 12 years ago, 15 and even more, Jeroen Piquet was one of the strongest players in Holland. But nowadays he stopped playing chess completely. He is now living in Monaco with his family, and he is a personal secretary of Van Oostrom. A very
the family officer. Yeah.
Yes, family officer. Yes, of the Mecenat. And also the sponsor of the traditional chess tournaments in Monaco.
Yeah, so so for me it was the last year somehow that I could see him as a player. So actually he used to be, of course, very known internationally. So in fact, you cannot say that he was maybe the top 10 player, but he was really top player for sure. So he beat many top players, so including Kasparov himself. So. Definitely was one very good player, very interesting player too. And from the next year, I was asked by Luc van Velle. So it's another Dutch star. So at that time, he was also one of the top waltz players. So he was very close to top 10, maybe even was top 10. I don't remember exactly. So it was my second debut, where already all went much better. So I could stay the whole tournament there. And for Luke, it was the big success. Because it's already for years he was struggling in this tournament. I remember his score was dramatically low. It was like minus, well, I won't say, but it was big minus. And it was like a big success for him because he had even a chance to win this tournament. So, and from that year, I had kind of idea that, well, maybe it would be interesting for me to try myself in that quality, as being, initially it was like being second of a top player, and later on already, so I started making some thoughts maybe to switch in general, to become a trainer, because for me somehow it was always more interesting the essence of chess, the analytical idea of chess, than competitive idea of chess. So that's why, in a way, for me, it was kind of not such a difficult switch.
Yes, but also to teach others, you must have some kind of pedagogical talent, because do you have such a talent?
Well, the main pedagogical talent for coaching, it's patience. Yeah? You have to be patient. And yes, it's true, of course, that it's not like happens from one day to another. So more or less the idea I started to have more or less the year 2003, 2004. But let's say that the real training concept, it came years later. So it was started more or less to form, I think, in the year 2007.
So you have your own training special program?
Yes. So initially it's clear that you need to gather experience of other leading coaches. So you have to see what they are doing, how they are doing, to see the direction of modern chess, to try to combine, let's say, teaching the club player to the seeing where it goes to the top. So it was kind of advantage I had from the beginning. So because I already knew what means, let's say, working on the top level, working how the top players are doing. So in that sense, it was already kind of some kind of guidance for me. But of course, you have to create something. You have to create some concept. And it takes quite years. So,
and so you have your own independent concept, not similar to other coaches, like we know Dvoretsky, Shereshevsky, Nesis, other famous coaches of the Soviet Union.
Yes, well, it's definitely taking experience of all of them a little bit and trying to develop it in more universal method, or let's say my own idea of how it should be.
Yes, of course, I'm not going to ask about the completely secret moments of your coach, because you want to keep it for yourself. But just I want to ask the question, what is the level of your coaches? Do you only work with the world leading players, like for example Giri, Caruana, before you were talking about Piquet, Van Velde, or you just working also with the beginners?
No, I would say that for me the mostly of my students, it's either the really top players, or it is, for example, young players but talented players who eager to work and to improve. So it's more in that range, I would say. So it is absolutely irrelevant. It can be also the well, not completely maybe beginner, but let's say from the rating like 2000 and till 2800, it can be absolutely.
So you accept only the talented players?
Well, mostly the talented players who wants to work with me.
Yes, and I know that everyone wants to work with you, because in Holland practically every parent wants to have you working with the youngsters in Holland. So you have built a very, very high reputation.
Yeah, it took some years, yeah.
Yes,
obviously.
Yes, of course, since you are 2001, so you're just 12 years on a professional training career.
Yeah, no, that's clear that for trainer, the contrary as to the player, it's of course let's say the longer you stay in the profession, then more you perfect yourself, perfect your methods, perfect understanding of what you need to do and how. So it's clearly the time is working actually for you. And for the player, it's always the contrary, the time working against you in a way. So for me, it started also that initially I remember that I didn't have so many students, so I was working mostly with Luke van Veli. So the Dutch Federation was asking me for group sessions, and I had a lot of, in a way, free time. And but for me, it was very simple. I decided that, generally speaking, that being a trainer, it's the same profession like any other. And well, if other people they work 8 hours a day, or at least they have the working timetable like this, then probably it should be the same for me. So I put it for me this 8 hours timetable a day. And when I didn't have any students, so I was working on my material, looking, thinking about all kind of concepts. So somehow I'm very happy that I had this period, because later on, when I started to have a lot of students, then I had much less time.
Yes, yes, I know about there are so many requests that you have to reject a lot of them, because you cannot handle all requests at the same time.
Yeah, it's at some moment it started to be difficult. I even have some unhappy students. So, but okay, it's time develops, so it's especially when you being involved with a top player like Anish or Fabiano, so of course it's clear that demanding a lot more time, so it starts to be really that you have to work a lot.
Yeah, maybe I have a question what a lot of people can ask this question. So you are working with a very strong world-leading players like Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and they are so strong. And to speak objectively, your level of chess is lower. So what can you give to these players? What can you teach? What they don't have in themselves?
Yeah, no, I would answer to this question very simple. So the point is that generally speaking, for the trainer, the practical strength is of much lesser importance in a way than the experience and understanding of chess. And the experience, it comes only from hard working, which is, of course, obviously, so you invest a lot of time in chess. Actually, I think that even a coach invests more time than any other player in chess, because he simply has to work. He has a timetable, so players very often, they have holidays, they sometimes take days off and so on. You don't have this luxury, so you just have your agenda, which goes on the weeks.
So, and so you don't have rest days, so you don't take vacations?
Actually not.
No, you don't have vacations. And what about your family? I know that you are married, you have children, so you do not go to vacations with your family?
Yeah, this is a kind of provocative question. So, but my family, they used that we have actually in a way I have a chess family, because my wife, she also used to play chess, not of course as professional, but she knows what chess is.
Yes, for the readers I want to interrupt you and to say that your wife is French, and also Vladimir is speaking excellent French.
No, excellent I wouldn't say, but yeah.
And although he lives in the German-speaking part of Belgium, his French is excellent, yes. So.
Yeah. So, and okay, so they took you, so finally sometimes we have holidays, like as you mentioned, my wife is French, so she comes from Britannia, so it's nice from the coast, so we very often kind of holidays we have, it's that we stage some sessions, for example, for a few weeks, which I take one of my students and we go there, and and they stay, so we stay in the family at the same time, so I work there. But yeah, recently it's kind of difficult to take holidays, because I'm just not coping.
Yes, so just but returning to that subject, so what are you giving to the strong players?
The practical strength, like I said, so it absolutely in a way irrelevant, because with the top players we have of course a lot of computers involved in work, and working with computer, it's actually what counts is that your perception, your understanding of chess, your experience. So it's because computers are already strong enough, but you have direct them, you have to show them directions, and so this is the way that understanding of positions, knowing different type of positions. So I think that this, even for very strong player but very young, they need still a lot of time to get this big overview of everything. And of course, for me, it's in a way easier, because working with all kind of different different players, I face very often all different openings, different type of
So
positions.
like you're like a
analyzing.
moving encyclopedia.
In a way, yeah. In a way, you have to be. Yeah, if you want to work with a top player, it's clear that you must have an overview of absolutely everything. And this is actually what I'm trying also to implement when I work with my students. That from the beginning they try to develop a much broader spectrum than going very specific on something. So because I understand that for my own example, I see that, for example, that when I was a player myself, having quite narrow repertoire, for example, playing the same type of positions, that in a way it was definitely absolutely not possible to even think like this to become a really top player. And so now for me it's clear that it was no way to develop that way. And so this kind of experience, of course, it now trying to give to my younger students.
And do you analyze, for example, opening variations by yourself, or you just tell the students to analyze these variations, for example, here at this tournament?
No. It's clearly that I do a lot of work by myself. Yeah, it's clear. So I do a lot of work by myself. It's also okay during the tournaments. It's clear. It's just preparation for each opponent. So of course, if you think that it happens like more or less nearly 150 days a year, so and it goes like this already for many years. So it's quite a lot of experience, of course, working that way. Also a lot working with different students. You have to analyze their games, so you have to look at different kind of openings. And sometimes you will be surprised. I remember that we played some tournament in Dortmund, and before this I was in World Junior, and so it was kind of interesting. So it was totally different level of tournament, of course. And where we were analyzing some positions, having some ideas, and later on I showed it to Fabiano, and he successfully applied the same ideas but were from World Junior in a top tournament like the Dortmund. Yeah. So it's kind of it doesn't have absolute. It shows once again that what counts it's the ideas, the efficiency, and it absolutely doesn't matter in fact from which level it comes. So that's why I think that this is more or less what I can offer to those top players.
And the practical question about this tournament. This tournament you are helping two players together.
No. It's I immediately corrected. It's only Fabiano.
Only Fabiano?
Yeah, with Anish we had a preparation before the tournament, but practically it would be difficult. And he's Robin.
Because I was already talking before, but Anish and I was not corrected, so I thought that you are dividing.
Maybe he wanted to scare his opponent, but he has a lot of helpers.
So Robin van Kampen is working at this tournament with Anish, and you are helping only Fabiano. Yes, of course, it is much more logical. Otherwise, you would just be trying to divide yourself, which is of course very.
That would be very difficult, and a lot of headaches.
Yes.
No, for me it's just very simple. So when they play each other, just have a rest day, and the rest is and it's fine with them both. So.
Also, I would like to tell that you are not working as with individual players, but also you are coaching the countries, the national teams. This is also an important aspect of your work, and that you're also the coach of the Dutch main team that will be going to the European Team Championship and also the World Team Championship. So what can you tell me about this aspect of your work?
Yeah, with the Dutch team I started to work, I think, I don't remember exactly, but I think it was like year 2006. It's already a number of important events. Actually, we were quite successful.
But for the last time I played for the Dutch team, it was 2007.
So maybe 2000, from 2008. Yeah,
because
okay,
I don't remember that you were the coach of the team when I was playing for the last time.
Yeah, maybe it was 2008. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, because time goes so quick, you know. So sometimes I'm thinking like it was 2 years back or 3, and finally it was like 10. Yeah, so I decided to say modestly 2006. So it's 2008. Yes, and so we were already on a number of occasions, number of events, even. This year we are going, so you will be back in our team.
Yes, but I will be only in the second team.
Yeah, in the second event, so we finally even qualified for the top 10 teams, which is quite success for our team, because if you look at the initial ranking, we are not really qualified for this tournament, but okay, we succeeded last Olympiads. So, and working with the Dutch team, it's fun, of course, and we have these group sessions you heard of, so there's like always 4 days before the event, so they come and we do it very often in Eupen, and It's 4 days of working, solving exercises, preparing. So it's kind of interesting work here.
So this teamwork you are doing only with the Dutch Federation or with other countries? As well?
No. It's mostly with Dutch Federation. Of course, I have some group sessions. Sometimes I have some group of kids which is coming to my place, and we make a group session. Sometimes it can be a group of grandmasters. Like I think 1 year, for example, I had a few sessions coming from Moscow, some group of grandmasters from other places. So it depends, but mostly it's individual work here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I know that some years before you were on a permanent salary of the Dutch Federation. So if the same situation is being kept, or
yes, it's actually it's the same situation is kept. It's went a little bit different formula, but in a way it's the same. Yes. So
yes.
For the moment I'm still having contact with Dutch Federation. Yes.
And so you're permanently involved in all activities, teaching.
Yeah, also with young players, with the young Dutch players, with the team, and individually, okay, personally for Giri, and yeah, because he has this support from Olympic Committee, Dutch Olympic Committee, yes.
And also you are selecting the players for the Dutch national team.
Yeah.
So you're mainly responsible for the inclusion of the players.
Of course, we have some special rules in Netherlands. It's like mostly it's clear that I'm selecting the players, but on the other hand, there are some regulations. So mostly I'm selecting, let's say, the final player. Yeah.
Because maybe I want to touch a little bit provocative subject, so you can just ignore if you don't want to answer. But how did it happen that the Dutch champion didn't find the place in the Dutch national team that will be playing at the European Championship in Poland?
Yeah, no, this is actually it's not really a provocative question. I'm always open to answer this question. So it was actually not such an easy decision. So it took some time. So it's okay. We talk about that champion this year, Dimitri Randerman. It was like from initially before this tournament, I had already this idea in mind to try to get some fresh new blood for the Dutch team, and I was thinking about Robin van Kampen, especially that it's a Dutch grandmaster, second to Anish Giri here, and since he made recently quite a lot of progress, he crossed 2600, and okay, so he had some clear achievements. Also, I knew, of course, that he's quite serious about chess. He just graduated school and started work, has this professional year, so the rest we don't know how it will develop, but okay, that was the idea. Then, of course, we had that championship. So it was, for me, of course, it is important to be that champion. At the same time, it has to be mentioned that this year's edition of that champion, it didn't involve all the best players in Netherlands, like Anish Giri wasn't not playing, Luc van Baarle wasn't playing. So, and it was a rather short tournament, like 7 rounds, so somehow I didn't see the clear indication that the team has to be formed from, let's say, based on one tournament. Especially if you see the final ranking, then the rest of our team would be also questioned, because finally they really didn't play well, but it's just one tournament, and I think that the Olympians or European Championship, it's completely another tournament, so it's rather strange and narrow to build the team only on one event. And in fact, I didn't take this decision immediately, so I was hesitating and waiting for some other tournament to come, and then, okay, so I waited the tournament Dmitry played later on, and it was not their, let's say, same successful as the Dutch champion, and that confirmed actually my idea that, okay, that would be wrong to do it just according to one event, and so I kept this initial idea to take Robin van Kampen.
Yes, I understand. And of course, at the World Team Championship in Antalya, the Dutch team will be in the strongest possible setup, strictly according to rating.
Yeah, this there we already have absolutely no doubt about the team, because it's simply according to rating, and we have the strongest lineup. Or Sergei will be back in our team.
Yes, my conflict with the Dutch Federation is finally over, and I will be playing playing for the first time since 2007.
Yeah, that took some years, but okay, it's good that this development we're all happy about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I also need to pass the best greetings from Fabrice Vantier, who is also watching our broadcast at the moment, and he has a special question for you.
Okay.
He asked about the young players whom we have to watch in the next 10 years, and what are these youngsters that can become really world-leading players.
Well, it depends how young they have to be.
Yes, this is the details I don't know, but
Yeah.
whom do you think that can really, from the youngsters, maybe let's say up to age 18, 20,
Yeah,
who
okay,
can
it's,
become the really world strongest players?
Obviously, it's Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri, but
No,
they
I
are
don't
already
talk them.
the
Yeah,
strongest
no,
players.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was quite impressed during World Cup in Tromsø. There was some very young Chinese players.
Yes, I also saw him.
I'm
Yes,
not very good with names. What was his name exactly?
yes, I remember. So everyone knows him. So you do not have
Yeah,
to name
yeah.
his name.
He quite impressed me, I have to say, because I was watching his games and it was easy to see that he's might have a big future. Although, of course, for some reasons, recently we have some kind of strange trend with Chinese players. They kind of rising suddenly, they become very strong and then they disappear.
But have you watched?
Yes, somebody told me about, yeah, it was very interesting interview you did with Van Gaal, so he gave at least some kind of explanation, some kind of, we got at least some idea why it happens.
Uh-huh.
So because everybody was making some kind of...
Yes, I want to remember that all previous interviews and press conference are safely saved on the site, and you can find everything on YouTube or also on the page of the tournament. If you miss something, any kind of press conference transmission, you can find it and look at later. And now we are talking about the press conference of Van Gaal, where he is talking about the Chinese chess life. And actually, the serious problem that the Chinese players are appearing and then disappearing several moves later.
Yeah, so that was a very interesting interview because it was bothering many many amateurs of chess, also professionals. So why it happens? What's this strange phenomena? And well, we got some answers at least. So recently, I started working with some. Young girl from Kazakhstan. Her name is Janse Abdumalik. She's
Yes,
now
yes.
playing in
You
World
also work
Junior.
with her, yes.
Yeah, we just had a session just before World Junior where she's playing now. Also very talented, I think.
Yes, she
And
already won too many medals.
Yes, yes, and it was not by accident. It was not, because sometimes.
As a result of the work with you.
No. We started to work very recent, so it's mostly because of her work previously he done with other trainers and because of her natural talent, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So because it exists, of course, that sometimes young players, it's simply the question that, let's say they spend a lot of time on chess and because of this they have some temporary successes, but they don't follow by talent or whatever. But here it's clearly the case that the other way around. So that natural talent is pushing up, and yeah, so it's not surprising that she was so successful. But it's talking about women chess, let's say. Okay, well, that's what comes to my mind for now. So maybe if you would help me.
Only two names.
Yeah, the two names, because one I simply know myself, another one I just was following during World Cup. That's what came to me from
So
very young
it means
players.
that if you just.
But I believe there's many more.
Yes, but they're not so bright talents that they do not come in mind.
No, it's not exactly like this. It's simply that you really have to follow the World Youth Championships, and you really have to look for the age of 10 and 12. And
yes, of course, there are too many young players
you have to
in all countries.
exactly.
Yes.
You have to interact with them, and only then you can judge about this.
But if to take much more close ground, and also I know that I have a big audience from Holland because I'm a Dutch player, and also Dutch players are helping, assisting. So what can you tell about the young Dutch players whom we should look after?
Yeah, no, the Dutch players, it's always like this. Like it's always the problem, let's say, with Western European players, that they have this strict follow-up by school, and that at some moment they have really to they make this due to the circumstances that in other countries, let's say chess or any other sport, has maybe bigger support, and the players have a more perspective, let's say, to make out of it professional life, to become professional. So in Western countries it's different, so you have really to count mostly on yourself, on your talents, and you have to be very careful choosing this path of becoming a professional player. So that's why one of the main obstacles for, let's say, Western players, also of Dutch players, that they have at some moment to decide to make choices.
Yes, and a lot of Dutch grandmasters choose for the professional career other than chess. For example, I can tell a few names. For example, Jan Beer was a very, very talented young grandmaster, but he decided to stop chess completely. Now he is a lawyer and he is working permanently. Also Sipke Ernst, also both players from Groningen. Sipke Ernst is now working at the KPN telecom company and has stopped playing chess. So, and there are other examples of less.
Yeah, but yeah, many, really
yes,
many.
yes.
Yeah, Liederschut also.
Yes, but women, of course, it's another story, because women chess is much less paid, and so you have really very, very strong to earn money in the women's chess.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so it's.
But still, so maybe readers want to hear the names of the really talented Dutch players.
Liederschut, of course, but also for many years it was one side she wanted to be good player then, but also the other part was that she was always keeping in mind university, and finally now also made a choice for the university. So it's like. To study, so it's kind of natural choice. So Robin van Kampen is the same. It's like taking a year for chess, but he doesn't know how it will go and what. So this is always kind of a difficult question. So that's why for me it's rather also Daniel Stelwagen. We competed.
Yes, yeah, he's a specialist in nanotechnologies.
Exactly, but initially was one of the top talented players which we had in the Netherlands. So it was also took this choice. So it's kind of it's difficult to really see how it will develop. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting interview and conversation, because usually during the normal chess life the coaches are always remaining on background, because everyone is interested in the players, how they think they play, but actually not everything depends on the players, because someone always needs to bring you to that level. And so this is exactly a good opportunity to look behind the stage and to meet the person, one of the leading specialists in his field, and actually he is really good, because if you can see that if Karana would not be satisfied with his work, he can always fire him, and he is still keeping him, helping on such a high level, then it means that Vladimir is really good. So this is a proof.
I hope so, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so now maybe we can take some time and look at the current developments in the games we have now. Maybe just with your experience coaching view to tell what do you think and so on, and then we can discuss the situation. So as always I start with the first game, and this is the game Van Khao Nakamura. So I'm going first of all to load the video. So then on the screen here it comes the video, but the game is better to follow here on the screen. And that was the last moment that I had on board after the move bishop c5. So very unbalanced position came on board after the doubled pawn structure. Of course it's a drawback, but the pair of bishops can potentially become strong. And then let's see how the game developed.
Yeah, actually it was already, it's not kind of like new concept what Black is doing. So it was already played number of times, this kind of idea that giving a bishop on a3 and then playing d4. Usually Black is obtaining quite satisfactory positions. in these lines. Okay, here white played knight e4, he took on e4. Yeah, sometimes also black doesn't take immediately on e4. Yeah. So what happened after from this moment from bishop c5? Yeah, b4 looks logical. Yeah.
Yes, bishop b6 now, bishop b2, knight e5.
Yeah.
Bishop g2. I don't know this variation, what are the theoretical developments, because I don't play this line of the reti opening as black.
Yeah, it looks like, to be honest, that they're both taking their time. I think they're already long, simply playing
out of
on their own. Yeah, this is already.
But here in this tournament, I was surprised by the deep theoretical knowledge of Hikaru Nakamura, because
yeah, sometimes he shows idea, because usually it's not his favorite stage of the game, the openings. Yeah, but sometimes he shows original ideas. Yes.
So queen b3, knight d6. a4, a6, and now we have this position on board after the move bishop f4. So what do you think?
It's interesting. So he played bishop f4. Okay,
yes, now it's a pawn sacrifice. So
yeah, it's just a very concrete situation. Yeah, so here black can simply take the pawn. And
yes,
e4.
And this is the most natural move, because otherwise white plays e5 and he keeps this pawn. So and after knight e4, probably the most natural.
Probably,
yes,
yeah.
Try to open the position and to use the advantage of pair of bishops, because bishops are always strong in the open positions. Of course, we are not playing this game. For us, it is incredibly difficult immediately to understand what is going here on. But it seems like white has a good compensation for the sacrificed pawn. It has the possibility to develop the play on the queen side.
Yeah, d5. It's probably how it has to be. By the way, this kind of interesting tactical ideas here. G5, isn't that possible?
Yes, G5 is possible, but then I'm going to...
B takes C6 probably.
Yes, and the bishop on B6 is hanging. So maybe black must take on B5 and then close A5, but then queen D5 is coming into play to attack this knight on
yeah,
E4.
Whatever it is, it's easy to see that the white has very good compensation if black takes pawn on E4.
Yes, yes. But of course, it is always dangerous for both sides when the positions are sharp. So one mistake and you're completely out, and it doesn't matter with white or with white you play. So the value of of every move is going up in such complicated positions.
Yeah, like for example, like you said, maybe taking on b5 and a5, it makes sense because after queen d5 you have knight c3 idea.
So just I can make this move on board for the less advanced visitors. a5 and now queen d5, knight c3, queen
takes b7.
Yes, and then knight e2, knight e4 can follow, but still the rook on a8 is hanging. So
it's very complicated. Yeah.
Yes, very complicated.
They have to calculate. Yeah.
Yes. So let's them leave this difficult task to calculate. Luckily, we don't have to go so deep.
Yeah.
Yes. And now we can switch to the next game, and this is the game Freyssinet-Ivanchuk. So just loading here and opening here. What surprises me is that in 3 of the games, Vasily is getting this structure.
This position. It reminds me, like Arthur Yusupov, although here he is with black, so it's not his fault.
Yes, but in the first round he had this position against Dominguez.
Yeah.
Almost the same, almost identical.
Almost identical, yeah.
Yes.
But you should be expert of this position. I even remember that you played some games here, right?
Yes, I played so many games as black, so this structure of the Queen's Indian defense is very, very well known for me. So G6 is a natural move in order to stop the move knight e5, and the next move black is going to play queen e7, knight e4, and later try to play f5, g5, and organize the attack on the white king. So rook c1, yes, a5. This is quite an interesting move, but I don't think it is necessary because there was no any direct threat from the white to play b4, and sometimes it can be a weakness. So I'm not entirely sure about this move.
Yeah, it's a rather strange move actually.
Yes, f5 is strange because it doesn't necessary immediately in the position, and usually in the position
queen e7, exactly like you said.
Yes, you must make all these obligatory moves, and afterwards you choose. And it is obvious that without the move knight e4 or queen e7, you cannot survive. You cannot play like this. And the move a5 is questionable. But I have a guess. Vasily played a5 in order to stop the plan with rook c2 and queen a1.
Yeah.
Because very often in these positions, rook c2, queen a1, rook f1, and sometimes the sacrifice on e5 or is possible.
Yeah, that's one of the principal ideas. Yeah, the sacrifice on e5.
Yes, and if now rook c2, then a4 can be played. So maybe the idea of the move a5 is to prevent this plan with the rook c2 and queen a1. But still, even later, after rook c2, black could have played a5, and after queen a1, a4. So,
yeah. So somehow, yeah, it was not required for sure.
Yes. So after queen c2, black finally played queen e7, rook f e1, and now the move bishop a3. I don't like this move.
Yeah, it's a kind of very original play to black. At least this is not typical.
Yes, but actually Vasily is playing here in pattern. It's, I can recognize a clear pattern because in his game against Macron,
yeah.
Yes, he also decided to play bishop a3.
Yeah.
So this is called déjà vu situation.
But here, white cannot repeat the position because
yes,
he cannot play bishop c3.
Yes, but I think now this is a worse position.
Yeah.
Because after exchange of these black-colored bishops, it is never possible for black to develop the attack on the king side.
Yeah.
If the bishop d6 is gone off the board, later you can never play f5, g5, because white is very well protected. And actually playing bishop a3 and even later exchanging on b2, you are limiting your own options.
Yeah.
And in principle, after bishop a3, it is difficult to imagine that black can play for a win. So
to be honest, I simply don't like this idea of bishop a3 because, for example, you can even take and try to get a knight on c3, like for example, knight d2, knight b1, knight c3, and then maybe f3, e4, some kind of idea.
Yes,
like
yes.
we'll have to play c5.
Yes, so this move I don't like.
Yeah.
I said it immediately. So I think a wrong plan, wrong continuation, and now white can play further without being afraid to fall under attack, like after the move knight e4, f5, and so on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so now we can go to the next game, Grishuk-Caruana.
This is an interesting game.
Yes, Grishuk-Caruana. So very unusual for me because I never get this type of King's Indian defense structures. But actually in this position, it reminds me of the Reti opening with the reversed color.
Absolutely. And more than this, the plan I see that Grishuk employed, it's very rare. Normally you're not playing, because normally it's like you play with reverse colors, and black actually practically never puts his rook on d1 and plays so slowly like bishop b2. Mostly he tries immediately to advance on the queen side. So, but here Grishuk had totally different ideas. So far I could see he played later on knight.
Yeah, so I can enter the following moves somewhat. Rook ac1, bishop f5, knight b3, knight h7. So what is Fabiana doing is very typical for the Reti defense, and this is the attacking plan. Knight g5, h4, h3, then sometimes knight g4, bishop g4, and direct attack on the white king. And now white played d5. So clear idea is to play knight d4, later c5, and try to create initiative in the center and on the queen side. So what do you think about this position?
Well, to be honest, I think that black should be perfectly fine here. Also, well, d5 on one hand also gives e5 square for black. So it gives a square d4 for white, but also for black. So maybe now some kind of ideas like getting the knight on a5 or playing, for example, knight g4 is kind of typical idea.
Yes, but after knight g4, h3 maybe, is coming.
h3, yeah. Although h3, you have to be sometimes careful about some kind of ideas like, okay, queen h4 here, it's probably not going to happen, but maybe knight e5, with the ideas queen h4, and then you start some sacrifices, so it can be very...
yeah, so this position is very, very dynamical.
Very dynamic, yeah, so it's really will be depending next, I believe, 5-6 moves that it will be some kind of confrontation here.
Yes, and here I see a very unusual time situation, because in most of the games Alexander is in time trouble, and here at the moment he has 1 hour 22 minutes left on his clock, when Fabiana has less time than Alexander. So
yeah, this is a rare situation. Probably at some moment he will have to get back.
yes, of course, later he can use all of his time in the middle game. But it gives an indication that Alexander is feeling comfortable in this position.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was clear to imagine that because his setup looked weird initially, not very typical, but I believe that he had some ideas anyway what he is doing. Because,
yes, of course, he's a world top class player.
Yeah.
He is wide knowledge of all different structures, system. Of course, you cannot. It cannot happen in a game that the player is going into position and he doesn't know what he's doing. It is happening very, very rare.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now to the next game, Ponomarev, Tomaszewski. So now here in this game, we have the Dutch defense structure.
Ah, that was interesting. Yeah, it's
yes, I didn't
the openings of my youth.
So maybe you can explain me what was the idea behind the transfer of the knight to e5 and to d3? Because frankly speaking, I didn't understand it.
Yeah, but the point is, in these positions, it's like strategically, white is always slightly better due to the pawn structure, and most of the time, it's not like he has absolutely to do something. He just makes slow maneuvering. So one of the typical ideas, it's like to play knight f3, e5, d3, exactly like Ruslan did. And then the second knight goes knight d2, f3, e5, and sometimes they change again. And then white is waiting that black is making some weaknesses because it's obviously more difficult to play for black this position because he has some standard moves, like he already did all these moves, like b6, bishop b7, queen e7. He has maybe one more standard move somewhere to play knight e4, but then it's he has to start doing something.
Yes, yes.
And if we see the position, even let's say if black, let's say it would be kind of logical to play some moment move like c5, but it's enough for white even to play a move type of like e3, and you can see that in a way black is not going further, so he cannot take on d4 because then e file is opening.
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
Generally speaking, from strategic point of view, it's of course a dangerous opening, especially, it used to be popular, of course, in the 90s. I remember all these games of Yusupov, Dalmatov,
Malanyuk also.
Malanyuk, yeah, it was played Stonewall. But then they started to understand that position actually is probably quite risky. But of course, Evgeny Tomaszewski, I know that his second is, I don't remember 100% his name, but I think he is playing this openings. I even played myself against his second with white once. Yeah, so he's probably having some ideas here.
Okay, let's look at the further games. e3 it was played because it is a useful move in the position.
Absolutely. Yeah.
a5 now.
Yeah.
Rook c1, rook f d8, so all natural moves. Actually, the value of each move in this position is not so high because the position remains closed and each side can afford losing one tempo on another. And such things cannot happen in the sharp positions where you must exactly move by move concrete play. So completely different situations. Now the move rook c2, and now this is our favorite plan that we see usually coming in another game. So
e4 is there, yeah.
Queen c1. I think that somehow Ruslan is not feeling very comfortable in this position, and his play is not so very aggressive.
It looks a little bit odd, yes, because it would be more logical just to play knight f3, knight e5, I believe.
Yeah, so keep the knight on e5, then later knight
usually queen goes always to e2. So on c1 it's hardly has any perspective.
So it was exchanged on b3, and I can evaluate this position as approximately equal, because for me it is not so clear what else white can do further in order to break something open or to achieve any further.
Well, probably maneuvering. It's the best recipe for white.
But let's.
But queen on c1 looks really kind of it doesn't look good actually.
Yes, and also I didn't like the move rook c2 because
yeah, because rook you need maybe on c1 to go to a file or whatever.
Yes. And maybe the idea to take on d5, e5, and then sacrifice on c6 the exchange. This is a quite common idea. But after cd5, black takes cd5, for example.
Or for example, queen could be much better placed on c2 sometimes. At least you have some ideas like c takes d5,
yes.
And you cannot take with e pawn because f5 can be hanging, and if you take with c pawn, sometimes knight c4 kind of ideas. But
yes,
of course not with knight on d3. Yeah.
Yes. So white playing this game doesn't impress much.
Yeah, looks a little bit odd. Yeah.
Yes. And now we are going to look at very interesting game of your student Anish Giri. So this is really sharp. The pawn.
I got sharp. Yeah.
Yes. Sharp. The pawn sacrifice, and so we must look what is going there, and maybe you can explain the things. So we left the readers when it was just played knight d5. Of course, now the most logical move is e5 because you want to avoid doubling of the pawns. So now d5, knight e5, bishop b7, queen d4. White is not losing this pawn on d5 because there is a tactical idea to win the exchange playing later knight d7. So black cannot win this pawn back, and now he plays rook e8. Yes. So if you just look at this position, immediately it looks a little bit strange. So everything is hanging on f7, d5, and it looks white has many possibilities to react.
But of course we have to mention maybe to spectators that this, if you look at time management, it's obvious that Anish is still in his preparation.
Yes, yes. I was telling about this on our first inclusion that Anish at this moment has 1 hour 47 minutes. So it is obvious you can never go into the position where you sacrifice the pawn, and then of course if you go, then you must consume your time. And if you are playing instantly, making all the moves immediately, clearly that this is a known theory. And Dominguez is playing white, and he has at this moment only 35 minutes left until the end of the game. So the difference on clock is 1 hour 12 minutes at the moment. So it is clearly that Linier was caught. Simply caught. So
yeah, he was simply out prepared, and now I believe that he considers probably an idea like to turn the game by playing knight c6 and go into some kind of
drawish position.
Drawish position, yeah. And of course, well, it's a little bit embarrassing when you get, but it happens sometimes with white. So of course, that's why he's consuming all his time. But somehow he understands that black has very good compensation here.
And so it is very important to mention for the readers that knight f7 is sometimes white can lose the knight on f7, but here in this variation there are some complications, variations, so for me it is not entirely clear what black has prepared in this position. Yes, yes, because
the idea rook d1, yeah?
Yes, rook d1, then rook d7 maybe, so of course...
maybe there is some kind of move like, I don't know, because knight can be really caught, so it's like...
But I have now knight h6.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was wondering, maybe some kind of queen e6 or something. No, yeah, like an idea.
Yes, maybe a queen e6, but of course it is clear that Anish is knowing what he is doing, and at home, if he's playing so quick, he must foreseen all these possibilities. And also it is necessary to mention that rook f7 loses a piece after the move rook e5. And now white has nothing better than to get this position where he has 3 pawns for the piece. But also, of course, it is quite a playable option later.
Maybe this is what he is thinking about.
Because later white plays e4, protects the pawn on d5, and using the open position of the king, white should not be standing here much worse. Maybe he is not worse at all, because the rook can go to d1, to d4, to g4, or rook f1, and there are always some attacking possibilities.
Yeah, the question will be only if black will succeed quickly to change the rook, otherwise it can be even tricky.
Yes, so queen f6 now is not possible, so white can use some time to protect this pawn on d5. So definitely that very interesting battle, and from the psychological point of view, it is very difficult to play when someone is trying to catch you. So I know this is from my own experience. Yes, I know this is from my own experience when I try to catch someone. So I also play very quick in order to shock my opponent, and also I feel uncomfortable when I'm being caught.
Yeah, you have even some experts who are from top players which are playing quick even if they are out of their preparation, but they continue to play quick, totally trying to bluff the opponent, and it works very well. For example, Levon Aronian is a big expert.
Yes. So, okay, so we can see very interesting battle if white chooses this move, rook f7. But also after rook f7, I see that there is move queen g5, maybe.
Maybe queen g5, actually.
Yes, knight f3, then queen e3, exchange on c7 and bishop d5, but then white has an extra pawn. So
also, I'm wondering about queen d6.
Yes, queen d6,
maybe,
then
but
rook
maybe
f5.
you can take on g7 and there is some check, but queen f6 I have.
Yes, but also there is move rook f5.
Rook f5, yeah.
But then bishop c8 or g6, so there are some kind of variations.
Yeah, that's why he needs to, but of course he doesn't feel very confident because he can imagine that it's all known already to his opponent, so...
Okay, let's go to the next game. The next game is Bakro-Gelfand. So loading the video and open.
That was also interesting. Yeah.
Yes, I think that Bakro after yesterday loss is feeling not comfortable, and even on move 5, on move 4, he didn't choose the most principal way to react to take on c6.
Yeah.
And he decided to go for a safe approach in order to play a game without any risk of losing.
Though it was obviously something he prepared, because Boris already faced this line at least 4 times.
Yes, in the match against Anand also, so it was quite theoretically, and it is also very difficult to play against Boris Gelfand because he's a well-known theoretician. So you really must work hard in order to try to catch him, or you must really work hard to find any improvement to his play.
Absolutely,
he has one of the most solid repertoires among all the strong players. So after queen b4, yes, the most natural reaction was to take on b4, knight b4, and now the move knight c6. So knight d3 was played.
Yeah, knight c6 it was necessary, because if, for example, black would go some kind of an accurate move like knight g6.
Yes, of course, knight g6 should not go out of play, so it is basically the only place.
g3, bishop g2, and it would be a very unpleasant position.
But now I'm surprised by the white move to play knight d3 here, because the knight c6 can be dangerous later going to the square d4. And I personally, as white, would exchange on c6, then play f3, king f2, and would try to use the pawn's majority on the queen side. For example, I would play here, and then f3 with the idea later to play b4 or a4, b5. And I believe still in this position white is standing slightly better.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yes, I run many similar positions as white.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, it looks absolutely innocent, but actually with the correct play, white can put some pressure on black, because it is much easier to create the passed pawn on the queen side than for the black to organize the passed pawn in the center. And when the knight on c6 is exchanged, black cannot use the weakness of the square d4. So I think what Etienne did in his game, and he played knight d3, so it doesn't look right, because the square d4 is weak and the knight d3 is blocking the work of the bishop f1. So bishop f1 is now out of play.
Of course, he has a concrete idea in mind. For the moment, he wants to play knight c5, so black probably has to play b6.
No, b6 was not played, bishop e8.
Oh, bishop e8 first, yeah?
Yes, knight c5 was played,
and then
rook d1, rook d1.
And b6, yeah?
Yes, b6, knight e4, knight e4, knight e4, and now,
king f8.
Yes, but actually, the pair of knights were changed, but black has got much better position than
comparable to what you mentioned before.
Yes, because now the knight on f6 is standing much worse than the knight on c6, because knight on c6 is very useful not only for the control of the square d4 because now black wants later to play king e7, e5 and knight d4. But also knight on c6 is preventing white play before is no longer possible.
Yeah.
And this is the problem for white, how to try to organize the passed pawn. So the only possible logical way, and this is
to play c5. Yeah.
Yes, but after c5 you must take into account, for example, the move f5, knight g5, king e7, maybe cb6, rook b8, or even bc5, knight c5, a5. But for me it is obvious that black absolutely has no any problem whatsoever in this position. And I still believe after the move king f8, white must play c5 urgently. Because if black king goes to e7, then c5 is no longer an option, because f5 will come and this pawn will fall. And at the same time, it is necessary to do something to stop the play with e5, knight d4 or a5. Because potentially white has a bad bishop on f1. And it can be dangerous.
Yes, e5 seems to be that it should be played.
Yes, because it is also the main strategical idea of white in this position in order to try to create the passed pawn on the queen side. And you must try to do it as quickly as possible. So
although it's kind of strange because somehow it had to be his preparation because it was nearly forced everything. Because queen before he played very quick. So the most natural action is to take and play knight c6. So knight d3 it was also played quick.
And now we can go further because
okay, so let's see.
c5 was not played, and this is the move f4. It is working in order to prevent the move e5.
Yeah.
But now after the move king e7, c5 is no longer an option because it will lose a pawn after the move f5. And now after king f2, Boris is playing absolutely right, as we were already discussing before. And now two pawns are stopping three pawns. From this moment, I don't see a clear way how to organize the passed pawn here.
Yeah, black looks pretty fine.
Yes, king e3, and now another very interesting way for black to play. Knight b4, attacking the pawn on e2. And the point is that if white plays a3, then the knight is going to a6. Now that there is a direct threat to play a5, a4, and to block the structure. And after the move b3, black can play bishop c6, also activating this bad bishop from e8. Now the idea to take on e4 and to play knight c5. Also the move...
also knight c5.
Yes, knight c5 is directly also possible. And after exchanged bc5, we can see that two pawns are blocking three pawns. And white can no longer dream about creating the passed pawn.
Actually, has to be careful.
Yes, rook b1, king d2, king c3, and white here in this position is only fighting to make a draw. Absolutely no winning chances. So after the move knight b4, white played knight c3 in order to keep the pawn structure intact. And now black played a4 here. So of course the position remains on the balance of being equal, but it is possible to conclude that at this moment black absolutely does not have any dangers, and only black can try to push and play for a win here. So Etienne was not playing best in this game.
His preparation was not finally sufficient.
Yes.
As one could expect.
Yes. So we have made a full circle, and now we can return to the first game, and this is Van Gaal, because I can see that it has developed.
Some developments,
Yes, developed very, very quick and maybe dramatically. So we must look at it, what was going. So we left at the moment when a4, e6 was played, bishop f4, and now knight e4 was played. So b5 now, so we were discussing everything absolutely correctly, and now they are reading. Actually, I have some connection with Hikaru, because yesterday for a lot of moves I was offering the moves, and then Hikaru was making
it. Happens,
Yes, the rook h2, rook a2, and now I see the same pattern. So we're just discussing the line, and now it is being played like this: b5, cb5, ab5, a5, queen d5. Knight c3, queen d7.
Exactly what we were, where we stopped and we said that they have to calculate,
Yes, so with Hikaru I have some kind of telepathic connection. This is definitely already the second game in a row.
So let's see how they calculate it,
Yes, knight e2, king h2, now queen b7, rook or bishop b7, and now rook d8. And at this moment, also rook e1 was played.
And d3, yeah?
Yes, d3. So it is obvious that white must fight to make a draw here.
Yes.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3 probably.
Yes, it is a forced castle,
Yeah.
and now white must take on e2.
It's nothing else to do.
Yes, it was not played, but it will definitely happen. Bishop e2, d2, rook e2, and then black can win in a potent tempo, playing rook b5. Yes, attacking the pawn on b5. Then white probably must play rook b1, and then of course the position is very close to the draw. White. Oh, we see now that the game is over, but I don't.
Ah, they just made a draw, yeah.
The draw, but how did they manage to make a draw without being offered? And I don't see any kind of repetition here possible.
So maybe they will just explain it.
Yes, they will explain. But okay, I would like to thank you, Vladimir, very much. Maybe if you will be staying here in a while, you're not leaving the hotel, you can later join and we will see
I'll
at
give
the
my
game.
place to Pledge,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much. It was a pleasure to talk to you. So I have just got a message that the game ended in a draw, so I'm breaking for a while in order to switch to the Prince conference mode.
Welcome to the first press conference of today. The game between Van Hal and Hikaru Nakamura ended in a draw. Nevertheless, it was extremely interesting, and I'm sure that Van Hal will share his ideas with us. How was today's game?
It was quite interesting, but it didn't have advantage in the opening. Somehow I just stopped my analysis after c3 or bishop e7, bishop c5, but simply didn't look at bishop
Oh, but
e6.
this is Carlson Karyakin, I think.
No,
Or,
because that game played bishop 3.
Oh, you played it first. Oh,
Yeah.
that h3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just then you simply gain that tempo somehow. I don't know, probably if you want to avoid this, probably should go for king c2. Okay. Anyway, I thought f3 was preferable, so but this is probably just bishop e5 and then
Yeah, and just play.
yeah.
So you try to play for more with the takes
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The bishop c5 was interesting. I didn't consider that. I was thinking about king b6 and pick up king b6, a good move, because I thought b4 had been the tempo, but no, it's position is just unclear.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything special for white here. I mean, bishop, because basically, I mean, if white gets bishop g2 f4, then white's better, of course. But I don't think you have enough time here. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
it's just I think everything's too slow. Maybe instead of b4, there's something better. But I mean, b4 is so natural.
Yeah, but without b4, you can simply play e5 sometimes and
Yeah, I mean, it's very unclear.
yeah, I mean, if I cannot take this pawn, then somehow my development has some problems, I guess. Yeah, but this queen 7 was very clever. I missed that, and the idea was to go knight to d6 and then try to attack the e4 pawn somehow. Oh, sorry.
Sometimes it happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, so yes, the
Nice,
chess
okay.
base advertisement.
Yeah. e4, e6. Here, if I want to play for him, probably I should have played like this and
Castle?
castle bishop e2. And
Yeah, rook d8.
d8, and I don't know what
Yeah,
happens if
it's-
f3, but
If f3,
looks very ugly. I didn't
f3,
like it.
f5 maybe.
Yeah, you have
Or rook d8 first. No, I mean f3 is too much.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can also play e5 on move 19. I mean, also you get a very slightly better endgame, but
I probably
takes
have
bishop f4, queen e7, b5. Yeah, a takes, and take on d6. No, because you take on b5, then I take b5, and you're just now 2 pawns. But take on d6 now. Queen d6. Take on b5. Yeah, and I mean I was just gonna play rook a1. Rook a1, and just bishop d8 was my idea. Okay, it's very slightly better for white, but I mean it should be a draw.
Should be drawing.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, yeah. No, I mean bishop f4 is a good try if it works, but it's. I mean I don't think anything works here though. I think
Yeah, but
everything's fine.
unfortunately it didn't work because simply missed this a5 idea, and somehow I thought my position could be worse, but
Yeah, clear that lucky that made
Yeah.
draw here.
yeah, exactly. King b7, I thought if black wants to play on king d7, take b7, short c6, king e7 works.
Yeah, and I thought king g2.
Yeah, king g2, and probably this is still nothing special, probably equal.
I mean because on a4 then you probably go
Short d2,
right bishop d2 and then e3. Yeah.
so this should be equal.
Yeah.
And this is just draw. This is
Yeah, it's very close. Of course.
the d5,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
d1,
Yeah. G5 and
d5 to show it's draw.
yeah everything because basically the b pawn and the a pawn just trade and it's very boring. 6 8 4. Yeah. So.
But nevertheless, after yesterday's game, are you happy with today's result, although you had white?
Oh, well, it was at least made some idea, although it didn't work, but okay, this was a game, not, just play for pure, so it's fine, totally fine.
So draw was correct, the
Yeah.
logical result of today.
Yeah, I mean unless there's
to
some
discussion
improvement for
tomorrow.
you.
Yes, but actually, already before the first game, we did the palace. So
Yes, Versailles Palace.
yeah, Versailles Palace.
Will you
so-
visit it?
Yes, just before.
Yeah, it is very interesting, like
Yeah.
Forbidden City in Beijing, the same equivalent.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure I'm going to visit there again or just with another place like the Louvre. I don't know.
Okay, enjoy your free day and
Thank
have a
you.
good rest.
Thank you.
I'm sure that there are some questions probably from the audience, or...
Yeah, I have a question for both players. Considering this kind of final position, is a rule against agreed draws an impractical?
No,
Okay,
but
well we can. This isn't the end. Okay.
no, we played
D7 or D7,
D7.
yeah, and rook A3, and okay, change the rooks.
Yeah, we played this.
Rook A4, I mean. So what you're saying is that.
I'm just asking if you think a rule against agreed draws is impractical, or?
No, I think it's fine as long as you know when you reach a position like the one we have here where it's just a complete draw, players can take a draw. I mean as long as it's okay to take a draw in a theoretical position like this where it's rook and 3 against rook and 3, I think the rule is fine. I mean, but if for example that you were to say you have to play no matter what till the very end, I don't think that's practical. So as long as they allow you to take draws in these sorts of positions, I think it's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck
Thanks.
for the day after tomorrow.
Good afternoon, and I'm back online with the live commentary of the fourth round of the FIDE Grand Prix. The first game has just finished, and it was a game Van Hao Nakamura. So the result of the game is just. So at the end of the game, Van Hao had to be careful in order to equalize. So now both players can go ahead and have a good rest tomorrow. So let's look at the other game remaining, and let's start looking from the game Fressinet Ivanchuk. We left when Black played Bishop A3, and now after Bishop A3, Queen A3, White unexpectedly started playing himself on the king side, and this is the result of the unusual and probably not very logical exchange of the dark bishops. So when we had a conversation with Vladimir Chuchilov, we both thought that the exchange on A3 is not good, and as a result, now Black loses the control over the center and the king side. And that means now that White can play on other side of the board himself. And now directly going for the attack, trying to play h5 and weaken the pawn structure on the king side. Now Queen d6, h5, Knight f8, and now the move e4. So not only Black has weakened the king side, but also weakened the center. And now White beginning to play on the parts of the board that was previously not possible. Oh, I'm sorry, but I have to stop the live commentary because we have another just finished game, Bakro Gelfand. That game has just finished in a draw, and so we will start with the press conference in the couple of minutes.
So, should we start?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
На экране
here,
появишься?
1 minute.
Все, можно.
Welcome back to the second press conference. Again, another draw between Boris Gelfand and Etienne Bacro. Nevertheless, solid result. And Boris, you're keeping the lead for the moment?
Yeah,
Today?
you know, I don't follow, actually, focus on the tournament table. As I said, who cares who leads after first round, at fifth round, seventh, it's important who wins after 10th round. But I think, you know, we followed, because I lost in this line against Magnus Carlsen candidate tournament, and since then everybody started playing it with me, because might have small age, but black are very, very soft. And here, yeah, I think Vichy played rook c1 with me, also pressed a bit, but here, yeah, knight c2, I use there is an option like this, because the endgame is slightly better for white, with no risk, and one inaccuracy can lead to unpleasant position, because the white would fianchetto, and what is this?
Some small error.
Yeah. I think here I thought, what maybe I thought to put knight on g6 or c6. Possible, yeah. But c6 is more strict.
Knight g6 is out of play, it's doing basically nothing on g6.
Oh, but then I would put bishop on c6. The problem is my piece is a bit squeezed. And knight d3 it's forced. Yeah. And here I think I found
Why first knight d3? I thought it is better to take on c6 and then f3, and then
Yeah.
white has good chances to organize the
but
last
I would
pawn on the
play
queen side.
a5.
Then b3, a3, and b4.
Yeah, okay, but
Which is slightly better.
white slightly. It's that draw, I think, yeah. White slightly better. f3, a5,
b3,
b3, king, f8.
king f2.
Okay, so because I would exchange one pair of rooks,
Yes, yes, of course.
and
yes.
whenever you do it, I have a line, and I play here g5, h5. I don't think.
Maybe
Okay, you need
can
some technique.
only after knight d3, knight c6.
Yeah, yeah, okay,
Knight c5.
yeah. Also, actually, here, also, I thought maybe rook b8 was possible, not too weaken. I was considering, I was not sure. But of course, b6 is more principal move. Because the most challenging move is knight a4, rook b8 and c5. And here black has choice of two options. The most critical is this, and we play before immediately probably, yeah?
Yes.
Actually we can wait maybe king f8, a4 before. I was not sure.
Yeah, but then I can play a3 maybe.
But a3 play king d7.
But before looks good. Okay, at least I didn't play this.
Yeah,
one
because
of before, knight
no good
e4,
square, yeah?
Knight e4.
a5, I think. Yeah, okay.
Because a5, bishop b5, I'm still playing king d5.
Because
F3.
also, okay, what?
f3.
King d7?
Ah no,
No,
rook
rook
d6.
Rook d6, yeah, right.
But I mean
Knight
knight
e4.
e4
I have to, yeah,
first,
take.
Because bishop a6, knight takes c5, this is
Black are doing well, yeah.
just
Draw, yeah.
so I don't know if I...
Yeah, but because also I thought I could take here. If knight bishop a6, if knight c5, a5, no problem. And the bishop a6, knight b4. Bishop c4 is forced and maybe king d5. Because you can never take here. And maybe knight d5 next. Also with such pieces, I don't believe.
So
I
if
can
the
be in
most
trouble.
challenging is knight 5a4, where black has two possibilities to equalize.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
very
yeah.
challenging.
And here take king f8.
c5 here was possible.
Yes, c5 was maybe...
Yeah, but if I take, what's the
Yes,
problem?
and
And
a5.
Yes, but actually in this position black can play for a win, not white.
Which, in final?
No, when white does not play c5, then you have
Yeah,
good
yeah, I
chances
saw.
to block 2/3, and then you can
Yeah, maybe
try to do
c5
something,
was
because bishop
better.
f1 is not so good.
Yeah, but I didn't see how to improve my position here, because white kind of consolidated.
Yes, but still...
Whenever I would go somewhere, he takes a4 pawn. And if I put key pawn on a3 and b3, a3 rook d2 before. I need too much, I believe, to have real chance. h6, even h4, g3. because with this weak pawn, I didn't believe I have any chance.
And quite solid, huh?
Yeah, even if you play a3, end of the world, still okay, you can play g4, g5. I don't believe I have.
So this line is not.
Seems that, okay, set time I make draw comfortably in this line, so probably against very strong opponents, so probably it's good enough.
It is better for white to play bishop c6 and fight for a
What?
win. Bishop c6 on move 4.
Yes.
It is much more sharp,
Very
complex.
it's very complicated game, it's another story.
Yes, but Etienne was playing a very, very solid chess today. No risk with bishop c6.
Maybe he
Okay.
chose this
I
line.
think Vichy risk with bishop c6.
No, but it's a
Such
question of
great-
preparation, yeah. You play, it's, I think it's not determined what kind of game you want, but where you analyze better, yeah. That's my feeling.
Mhm.
Yes, I will not play bishop c6 with no preparation. Against
Yeah.
Boris.
Yes, it is very risky also for both sides.
But after
It's
yesterday's...
not about risk, it's a way to go under.
Yeah, it's very
Position,
complicated, yeah. If
way
you
to
don't
let,
know there,
10
you'll get in
moves,
trouble.
At Boris.
But after yesterday's result, today was much better. And also your play was very solid.
Okay, I don't see how it's so good today.
Well, it's
Yeah,
good.
compared to yesterday, it's great, but generally, it's not.
Okay, but tomorrow is a race day for both of you, so how are you planning to come back powerfully in the tournament? Some preparation?
Yes, probably.
I think I'll go to the tour we are offered.
And to Versailles tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to miss such an occasion.
Yeah, it would be a pity in Paris not to visit Versailles.
Yeah.
Etienne, since you are a French player, have you ever been there? Oh, it's
Should be
always,
first time.
yeah? It's always the case with the people who live
Yeah.
in their country. They never see their own
Yeah.
cultural places.
Okay, we have many, so it's one which I missed.
Yeah, in France there are too many, yeah.
Yeah. Well, then
And I have good occasion. I mean, we are just 2 minutes now to the
Yeah.
in good company
That's
also
great.
with all the players. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, for Boris, we had a viewer question for you from chess.com. Shilangju wrote in to ask, are there any preparation rituals that you go through before a tournament like this to get ready?
Well, I think preparation, it's like permanent process because we play a lot of tournaments, so between tournaments you have to be ready for the next events. But to this special tournament, I didn't do so much preparation because World Cup had finished just a few weeks before, so I was mainly trying to recuperate and get back some energy.
Okay, thanks. I also had a question for Etienne. Do you think that FIDE bringing events like this to France will be helpful in the development of young French players?
Okay, at least for French players, it's great to play in France for once. And I think in general, it's not only for France, but for all chess players. It's nice to have this Grand Prix series with new tournament in new places. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have just finished the press conference of the second game of today. It was another draw. So Etienne Bacroix has not managed to get any advantage from the opening, and again Boris Gelfand has shown very solid play, good theoretical knowledge. He was very well prepared for this variation and made a draw without any trouble. So now let us look at 4 other games that are being still played today. And the game that we have to begin with is the game Pressinier Ivanchuk. So there are developments in this game, and after the move bishop a3, which was not a good one, not belonging to the ideas and the principles of the positions of this structure, White has got some initiative not only on the king side but also in the center. So e4 has been played. Now we see that if black exchanges on e4, then after exchanges there is a weakness of the pawn c6. So it was a difficult decision for Vasily what to do. So he decided not to exchange on a4, and he played the move queen f4. But actually it is a very risky and responsible move, because this move allows white to win the space in the center. And now we see that after the move e5, white has an advantage in the center. And after the move knight g4, which is more or less forced, another option was to play knight d7, but then the knight on d7 is very, very passive. White now exchanges on g6, and after g6, knight e2, queen h6 is played. Now we see quite a strange position where white has got the space in the center, but black has interesting ideas connected with the open H line. And now if we look at this position carefully, we see that black has the following idea: to play king e6, king g7 and rook h8, and try to give the mate along the H line. So I believe white needs to do something to take the measures in order to stop the play of black. And here the following move comes in mind: g3, with the idea to play king g2 and then rook h1. And now I've just saw that the move g3 has been played. So it's the most natural move in the position. It looks like white here is standing better, and Vasily needs to do something in order to equalize. The most natural plan for black would be to play knight e6 and later to play c5 in order to attack the center, especially the pawn on d4, in order to try to use the diagonal a8 h1, and also to try to activate his bad bishop b7. At this moment Vasily is thinking, and we can go further and look at the following game: Grishuk Caruana. So we left the position when white has just played d5. The idea of this move is to free the square d4 for the knight, and also to prepare the following play on the queen side. For example, with the move c5, exchange on d6, then maybe knight b5, queen c7 or knight c7. Black in this position trying to create the attack on the king side, and white must play on the opposite part of the board. So after d5 h4 was played, and now the move knight d4. So white is combining two plans together. Of course, instead of move knight d4, it was possible to play c5 first. Now bishop d7, and now the move c5. Now we see that this is a pawn sacrifice. So what will happen after the move dc5, bc5? Actually, this moves were already played on the board, and now black can take on c5 with the queen. So it looks like white sacrificed a pawn, but in this position there are several options available. One of them is to play knight b5, but here there are some complications, and it is necessary to calculate lot of lines. For example, queen c2, rook c2, knight d5, knight c7, and here you must look besides the move knight c7, rook c7, bishop a4. Also, it is necessary to look, for example, at the following line: bishop a4, knight d5, and then bishop c2, knight c2, and bishop b2. So here in this position there are a lot of tricks. Besides the move knight c b5, white has another option to try to play queen b3 here, and after, for example, the move queen b6, there is a possibility to play knight c b5, attacking the pawn on c7. So now after the move bc5, Fabiana Caruana needs to do some calculating work and take a decision whether it is possible to take on c5. But if he doesn't take on c5, then white can develop very strong initiative on the queen side, playing c6 by himself. So at this moment, Alexander Grishuk has much more time available than his opponent, and this is a very unusual situation, because usually at this stage of the game Alexander Grishuk is trailing behind in time. But now Fabiana Caruana has 38 minutes left when Alexander has 51 minutes. So Fabiana Caruana is under some pressure, and he needs to take difficult decisions. But we already know that Fabiana can handle the pressure, can handle the difficult situations. For example, try to remember his game against Van Hao several days ago, when he was caught in the opening, and then the position was quite difficult, complex, and he needed to make a lot of deep calculations. And now I see that the pawn's sacrifice has been accepted. Black took on c5, and of course this is a very natural reaction, and sometimes you must be principled. And in turn, now Alexander has to prove that he has something here in mind, because otherwise, instead of playing knight d4 and later c5, he could have played c5 immediately on move 16. So very interesting battle we have here in this game. So let's go to the next game, and this is the game Ponomarev-Tomashevsky. We have left this game after the exchange on b3. And now I see that a lot of moves were already played, and slowly the game drifting to a draw. So knight e4 has just been played, f3, knight d2, queen d4, c5, f4, knight f6. Now exchange on c5, bishop c5, knight c5, bc5, bishop f6. Now queen f6. So mass exchanges are taking part in this game. Now c d5, bishop d5, queen c3, and it is pretty sure that this game will end in a quick draw soon. Because after the exchange of the queens, the exchange of the bishops, then exchange of the pair of rooks will follow, and this game will end in a draw. So I'm pretty sure that within a couple of minutes, I don't know how many exactly, 10, 15, because there are severe rules on this tournament. So the players will appear here in the press room. So let's go to the game Dominguez Giri. What is going in that game? Let's see. So in this game, Anish demonstrated a very deep opening preparation, which was also confirmed by his coach Vladimir Chuchilov, who had in studio. Also today there is Robin van Kampen here, so clearly that they're making a good job here, especially Robin, who is preparing Anish theoretically very well for today's game, and Linier did not find anything better after the move rook e8. Actually, we finished our analysis in the position after the move rook e8. And here we were looking at different possibilities like knight f7, rook f7, but in the game Linier decided to choose a very safe approach. So he used a lot of time, and he was trailing behind in time, so he wanted to play safe because he didn't want to be caught by the opening preparation of his opponent. So he chose the safe way, and after rook a d1, queen g5, he played safely and took, and instead of taking on f7, he played knight c6, bishop c6, dc6, rook b6. Of course, black first of all must try to win the pawn c6, and only afterwards thinking about taking the pawn e3, because if black takes on e3, then we can see that the rook is coming to d7 with advantage for white. So when you have a choice which pawn to win, usually you must try to win the most advanced pawn of the opponent. So it is necessary to take the pawn c6 first, and that's why rook b6 was played in this game. Now rook f3 was played, and black has to take on c6, although of course Anish is still thinking what to do, and then probably black cannot avoid the exchange of the material queens, and although at the moment black is standing slightly better, this game eventually should end in a draw. So very good home preparation of Anish, and basically without any play he was immediately able to go out of the opening with equal position. And we've made a circle, and now we can see at the developments in the game Pressinier-Ivanchuk, because it is becoming really interesting and sharp. We left when white has just played g3, and I was talking about the necessity to play c5 at some point in order to try to open the position. There is some kind of delay before in the transmission. So after g3 it is necessary to try to play c5. I suggested here the move knight e6 here, and only afterwards the move c5. But Ivanchuk played c5 immediately. So this is connected with the sacrifice of the pawn, and for example after dc5 it is possible or to play d4, or maybe bc5, queen c5, and maybe now the move d4. So here there are a lot of complications, variations, so I'm not so deep in this game. So of course Vasily, who is playing himself, he's calculating much more variations by myself. So if he made this move, then of course it is possible and it is playable. So now after the move c5, Laurent Fressinier didn't took this pawn on c5, and he made a regular move king g2 with the idea rook h1 and rook h2. Now the move rook c8, and now we see some concrete play on board. So very double-edged position. So now everything is going about the control of the center, whether it is possible for white to withstand the attack on the center and to maintain the control over the central pawn d4 and e5. Center is a very essential part of the chess game. So after the rook a8, white can react in different ways. Maybe queen b2, queen c3. Because if you look at the following line, if white wants to play rook h1, queen g7, rook h4, then this is not possible, because after c d4, the queen on c2 is attacked, and the pawn e5 is also under attack. So white doesn't have time after rook a8 to play rook h1. So it is necessary to think about the protection of the center. And now I see on my screen that another game has just finished in the draw, and this is the game Ponomarev-Tomashevsky, as I was telling to you. That so it happened exactly as I said. So now I'm stopping this live commentary for a while, because the players are already here in the press room.
Welcome back. It seems that today is a rather peaceful day. It's a third draw between Ruslan Ponomarev and Evgeny Tomashevsky. Ruslan, you are very solid in this tournament. How is it? Could you have tried to break Black's defense somehow?
Impossible. It's called not just it's called like stone wall. Impossible. But okay, truly speaking, yeah, it's also affected a little bit me. Like yesterday was quite a tough game. Like
You felt very tired.
I feel a little bit tired. Even when we came back home to the hotel, it was even last moment. Tried to eat something.
At least you had a chance.
In the restaurant. I did. So okay, today I was with white, but okay. I mean, you can just play solid moves and win. You should find something like more deep idea. But today, like I just played some normal moves. I don't know. Of course, if there was more time to prepare, yeah, maybe it's possible. Like position for me looks quite very familiar with Queen's Indian, for example. But okay, maybe I'm not spending so much moves for like bishop d2, bishop c3, bishop b2. I mean, no, in general, like there is one.
But I thought
variation.
knight d3 is quite a strange move. I was not able to understand the idea behind
Yeah, I
this
don't
move.
know. I was.
I thought knight df3 is logical.
Yeah, I think the idea is
Something like
to
this.
set up in a flexible position.
Like this.
like Tarasyan said, black to move sometime. Probably in such positions is an excellent strategy. Interesting.
Yes, I played this as black.
Interesting comparison. But I think here my bishop on d6 and I can simply take this queen, not with knight, or not.
No, he just
Yeah,
gave
but
example,
it's a
so
game.
it is not forced, of course.
But in the game, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can also take on this.
Yeah, but
I don't know. Difficult
probably
to
here I
Knight
can
d3
take
here.
with queen.
Knight d3 seems logical.
Knight d3, yes, probably I can play even c5 immediately.
Yes, but then you will have hanging pawns maybe. Or the weakness of e5, and then I think it is still better than knight d3. Knight d3 is a little bit passive.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think
agree.
b3 is not so principal.
But okay, like when you play the game, it's difficult.
Yeah,
to realize.
sorry,
You
but
need some more
I think
deep,
b3
deep
is
preparation
not so
from-
principal move. So probably knight 1 or something like that. Knight d3 and then wanting to play before without losing the tempo. But b3 is, I think an idea is to get a flexible position, and it's a very tough position, and probably here was the critical moment. After rook c2, I played a4, and my last piece was developed without losing any tempo. So I think after that,
Rook c2 is strange because it asks for
I
a4.
think black has comfortable position after that. Problem should be better something like knight f4, and it's not obviously have to play with black. Something like that. g5 and c5, but it looks like all in. Probably c5 is interesting.
And b5.
b5 was not my intention. b5 I think simply c5.
And then bishop c7 with idea e5.
Yeah, so,
I just now I don't have this kind of effort. Yeah, well, I mean it's.
no, probably even a3.
I remember I played
E5.
against
Take
Boris
E5.
Gelfand
Sacrifice.
in World Cup,
And c6, yeah, maybe.
and we had some kind of Catalan, and we managed, I don't know, from Catalan go to some this type stone wall position.
Yeah, so
And then we agreed on a drawing position where we don't exchange anything. Then it was no
there are
surprise.
all the pieces
This
on board,
position
and
quite solid. Yeah. Not so.
I think a5 is good move. I'm gaining the space on the queen side. It looks useful for me if I play c5 or if I not play this move. So I think a5 is useful move for all the cases. But probably it can create some weaknesses, but I think it's not so important. And after that. Probably here, I think rook c2. After rook c2, I didn't see any real trees for white to play for an advantage.
Well, I try to be creative to play that.
Да, queen c1, and
in fact,
after
yeah.
probably I can simply play c5 already. Well, I think after c5 I also
Yeah,
have
of course, the position is clear. As white, you should not play rook c2, queen c1, and then play for
yes,
advantage. So it's
yeah, but it's not so simple. But after c5, I think I also have a good counterplay. But knight e4 probably is even more solid because of I want to play c5 here, and if I will play this for free, probably I will fight for advantage. So f3 looks logical. Take c5, f4 also is more or less forced, and here probably knight f6 is forcing move which is forcing the draw. I wanted to play this one, but here you can simply take and I'm not on time. White is better, yes. So I need to play firstly this, and if you take this bishop, this is very strong, and black has no any problems, and probably can play for an advantage because of here I have this one. And no, but probably white can simply play this move and here this move without any creative. And after taking knight f6, white can break my knight. And it looks like only black should be accurate in this position.
No, white is better.
And probably nothing critical, but for what I must play, for what I play this. So knight f6 is looks very logical, and if white give me time to play knight e4 and taking pawn d6, taking pawn c4, I think only black can be better. So take if before I can play this one. It's just, and here I had written knight e4. Probably queen c1 was quite interesting move.
But I should do knight e4.
If knight e4, interesting position. If take
with d pawn.
Take with the pawn. Not yes, the rook on d3 is unpleasant, but I was.
Like g4, rook g2.
No, that rook g2, g4 who is faster, and my bishop is. But I think after queen c1 I can simply play d4, and probably black is even better here. I have a great position, taking queen b7, knight e4, and probably only black can be better here. So white must take this knight, and here white has nothing. Probably it's total draw.
Yes.
I can see this Sophian rules not good at all. It's produced even more. Yeah.
But
like it's typically you can offer a draw, but okay, there is anyway some rook endgame.
Yeah, it's quite normal situation. Yesterday was a very fighting day, and today it's more quiet.
Yeah, everyone is tight and want to play split chess after yesterday.
Not everyone.
Well, only 4 rounds, then tomorrow is the rest day, so are you going into tomorrow's day with a good feeling, Ruslan?
Tomorrow? There is you receive some invitation.
Well, I
it's
guess
3:30 or what?
Yes, I think you all
I don't know, maybe
got
it
the
will,
invitation
it
from
will
their
give
side.
some new inspiration, I don't know.
So
everyone needs.
that means you are going to join us.
I hope I would be in time, but just in case you can call me.
So it's for me.
Because for me, I don't know, you know, rest day, it's also special that I don't need to worry about zero tolerance. Like, I can wake up at any moment, go to have lunch at any moment.
It's just fun.
Very relaxed.
So it's for me, and I'm quite good with my start. I played 3 games from 4 with black, and one white against Boris. So
so it's a good debut in the Grand Prix.
Yes, it's time to think how to continue the tournament and how to play.
Tomorrow you have plenty of time to think about it and also to join
Yeah,
us, right?
in the Versailles Palace, we'll think about it.
This is the first time when I actually hear from all the players that they are going to join the excursion. Usually they want to prepare, they want to check. The last time...
Not true, not true.
Have you ever been to Versailles before?
No. So
But I mean, we are first time, I don't know who was here before, among all chess players.
I wasn't.
Maybe Etienne or Laurent, but okay.
But you're
No,
famous
Etienne, he
traveler.
was never there.
No, that.
No, so this excursion shouldn't be missed.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm wondering why we are not playing inside this wonderful palace.
Yeah, in Louvre. They were playing in Louvre, so of course it was possible
It's
to play.
possible.
It's
Last
possible.
time there was an exhibition about 3 months ago inside of the palace.
It's
TV.
we can do
It's a
all
TV.
together. Like we can
Yes.
have excursion and play at the same moment.
Yeah, just find
And you
idea.
have swimming pool also, great canal.
Just find idea to play and to live in such historical places, and of course we have a little problem with a quite long road from the hotel here to here, but I think it's not so important, and
You should complain.
yes, but such places are great for living and for play, and
It's very quiet and
yes.
not as many tourists as
It-
in
it's-
the
it-
side,
it-
no?
it's much more
But
important.
what do you mean tourists? We need some public. For the
Sure,
tourism.
sure.
More people.
Well,
So we're happy to see it.
But
It's,
this is actually also a very historical place, it's a very old church, and also some
yeah,
tournaments have
in
been organized. here,
France
so-
is a very old country in general. So,
Yeah, well, I think you are still happy with the tournament, no?
What do you mean? Do all?
no, I mean it has lots of years of old traditions, history. That's, well, I don't know. I like young wines somehow, not old one.
What do you like?
Young wine, but and
Young-
young woman also. But maybe we are talking about history.
So
It's-
below 16, don't take it. It's dangerous.
Exactly.
It's just a rest day, I think. It's a reason for such a big mood.
Yeah, everybody is more relaxed, as I can see already.
Well, game finished. We can be in stress all the day. I mean, but you want to make us crazy?
Ruslan is very experienced player, and he
How
knows
is
what
the
he tells.
hotel? It's good?
Yeah, it's
They bring you champagne every night or not?
well, not oysters and champagne for the breakfast.
Complain?
Not
please.
black caviar, but okay. It's nice. It's French cuisine anyway, so it can be better.
Have you eaten frogs?
Not yet, but in general, yeah, I had some
With the frogs, yeah?
Snails and frog.
escargot.
And don't forget the wine.
Probably tomorrow we will try something new.
Are there any more questions from the audience, maybe related to chess?
Yeah, okay, well, one serious chess question. We were joking about the Sophia rules earlier, but do you think that makes any difference? Do you think it's a good thing for chess?
Look,
The Sophia
I don't like to say what's good or bad. Just check statistic and facts, I mean, numbers. I don't know. I can't explain, but somehow with Sophia rules here, it's even more draws. It's not like I'm against or for Sophian rules.
Well,
I just think we should just take many tournaments with Sophian rules, check statistic and see what's difference. Because it's quite concrete. If you want to avoid draws, you just look the numbers of
But
games.
as for me, I think that Sophia rules are necessary in the private tournaments and commercial tournaments, but in official tournaments, which are parts of the World Championship cycle, they are not necessary at all, because of in such tournaments, players should have an opportunity to use all the possibilities, and draw suggestion is one of them, I think.
And this is official tournament qualification
Yes,
for the
it's
World
an official
Championship.
tournament, probably.
So you
it's
can
Sophia
have
rules.
doping control here.
But we are players. We are playing with such rules which are
Implemented.
implemented in this moment, and it's not a big problem really.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Have a nice
Thank
day
you.
tomorrow. See you soon.
on. It is now 6 o'clock, 3 hours after the start of the round passed already, and we have already 3 draws at the tournament. We see that today's round is much more peaceful than yesterday's. Probably the players are tired after the yesterday's games, as Ruslan Ponomarov explained at the Just Press conference that he played for 7 hours and that he felt very tired, so he was not able to prepare for today's game properly, so he just decided to play in a very solid way, just put the pieces on the most solid places, and as a result the draw was agreed. So let us look at 3 remaining games, and the first game is the game Freyssinet Ivanchuk. We left when Black has just played move Rook A C8, and I told you that it is necessary to try to secure the center, and 2 candidates move were suggested, Queen B2 or Queen C3, and one of these moves, Queen B2, was played by Laurent Freyssinet. So trying to support the center. Now after Queen B2, Black played Queen G7, trying to increase the pressure and attack the pawn on E5. Now Knight F4 in order to prevent the development of the knight to E6, and now Knight E6, Rook E6, and after Queen D2 we see that there is a direct idea of White to play Queen F4, Knight H6, and then Rook H1 with a direct win. So in order to prevent that, Black was forced to play Queen H6, Queen H6, Knight H6, and after Knight G5 we can see that White in this position has a big advantage. So the whole strategy of Vasily failed. So he is now fighting for a draw, because White has a very strong center, strong pawns in the center, initiative. Black pieces are misplaced, Knight on H6 is out of play, and this everything started with the wrong exchange of the bishops, when he played the unnecessary move Bishop A3. But we all know that Vasily is a very good defender. Yesterday he was also standing worse against Van Hauer, but not only he managed to make a draw, but also he won his game. So in principle everything is possible, and although his position is worse, so he has all defensive possibilities left in this position. So let's see and wait. Now going further to another interesting game. This is the game Grishuk-Caruana, where we saw some sacrifices from the side of Alexander. We left when Black took this pawn on c5, and one of the possible candidates move suggested in this position was the move Queen B3. And exactly this move played Alexander. So Queen B3 now was played. Queen B6 was also suggested me, and the move Knight CB5. We all had everything this on board before. So the game went further as following: C5, D C6, B C6, and Knight D6. We see that now White is without the pawn, but he has a huge compensation, because the knight on d6 is very strong, knight d4, the bishop b2 is also actively playing. We can also later develop the bishop to c4, bishop a3, bishop c5. Pawn c6 is weak. It is obvious that compensation of White for the sacrificed material is more than enough. And if you look at the black pieces, that 4 of the pieces are stuck on the king side. They were going for attack, but failed to create something interesting, something special on the king side. Look, rook f8, knight f6, bishop g7, knight h7. They're just hidden in the small corner of the board, in the right top corner. And it is obvious that initiative of white is very, very strong. So the only question is whether this kind of compensation initiative is more than enough for the pawn, or still with the correct play, black can equalize, maybe giving up this pawn on c6 back. So still I believe Fabiano has a difficult task in this position, and he needs to be very careful to fight for a draw. I would prefer the side of white in this position. And the last remaining game of the round, this is the game Dominguez Giri. And what we see in this game, we left when rook c6 was played. Since then only one move has been played, so the move queen d7, rook c e6, and now it is necessary for white to take this pawn on f7, for example queen f7. Of course, instead of queen f7 it is possible to begin with the move queen c7, and after king is going away, for example, to h8 or h7, white takes on c7. Then black in his turn can take on e3. The pawn has been sacrificed, but white king is open, and this is everything should compensate the loss of pawn by black. So this game is close to a draw. For example, the move queen g3, queen g3, h g3, rook f3, g f3, rook e2, rook d6, rook b2, rook a6, rook c2 with a draw. So this is one of the possible lines that I see at the moment. So the most likely that this game also will end in the draw. So probably we will have 4 draws today at least, and 2 games are still being played. Well, Vasily is having a lot of problems in his game. So now going back to this game, because especially it is very interesting for the French followers of my coverage. So after knight g5, rook e7 was played. Now rook h1, king g7, and now the move rook h4. So black took on d4, and now the most natural move for white is to play rook h1. Then it is necessary to play rook h8, but actually besides the move rook h8, I see quite strange idea, rook e5, but probably it is losing after the move f4. So after rook c1, if black plays rook h8, then white can play or f4 with idea knight f3, knight d4, or he can play knight f3 with the idea g4, g5, and also another idea simply to take pawn on d4. White advantage is becoming bigger and bigger, and I believe white in this position has very big winning chances. Rook c h1 has just been played, and Vasily made this move that we were talking about. Now rook h8 has been played. Now Lauren must make a choice how to play further, or to play f4 immediately, or first knight f3 with idea rook d4 and g4. So Vasily at this moment has more than enough time at his disposal, so he has the possibilities to try to hold this position. Meanwhile, Lauren has 13 minutes for the remaining 6 move. This is also should be enough to make the correct choices, to make good decisions. So one move has been played in the game Dominguez Giri. White took on f7. The king went to h7, as I said, and now White must decide what to do. So it is definitely that White does not have any risk of losing. He can always make a draw, playing queen f5, queen f4, and the pawn e3 under attack, so this pawn also cannot be protected. So basically it is very close to a draw. One move has been played in the game Freyssinet-Ivanchuk, and this is the move f4 that I was talking about. So this is my main move in the position. Now the pawn on e5 is very strong. I was always telling you that if White manages to hold this pawn on e5, he will always be standing better. And this is exactly the case in this position. The pawn d4 is a weakness. It is a falling pawn. Black cannot keep it, protect it. So he must think now about stopping the following plan: g4, knight f3, and g5. And at the moment it is possible to see that the bishop b7 is completely out of play. So it is necessary to try to bring this bishop into play. So the most logical move in the position is bishop b7 to c8 now. And this is the candidate move number 1. So because otherwise I don't see how Black can regroup his pieces. I don't really see any alternative to the move bishop c8. So let's see and wait, because Vasily, even although this move is quite obvious, he can always use his time. He has more than enough time at the moment. Grishuk Caruana, one move has been played, and this is what I was telling you. The move bishop a3. I was telling you about this possibility that the bishop now b2 is coming into play, and when the bishop, another bishop comes to c4, Black will be standing under lot of pressure, because White pieces are very active, and if you compare White pieces and Black pieces, so this is like Earth and the sky. Even it is not possible to compare them. So the game Dominguez Giri is going on. And what I see that Dominguez made a very strong move that I have missed my move in the analysis. So after king h7, he played the move rook g3, and now rook 8 e7 has been played, and now it is obvious that Black here is losing, because now after the move queen e6, rook e6, rook g5, hg5, and the simple move king f2, basically Black can resign. So what wrong? Where was the mistake of Anish? Quite difficult to understand, because he was playing quickly everything according to the theoretical preparation, and he must not have had any kind of opening problem as predicted. But now, just several moves after his opening preparation, he is about to lose the game. So I don't understand how is it possible for a world top player playing in such a strong tournament. I'm completely confused. So I don't know what to say. Yeah, quite a strange situation. Usually when you have the players of such a level, caliber, then you don't expect them to play so bad and so inconsistent. So something strange is happening. But if the transmission is working correctly, if I see everything in a normal way, then Black can resign. So I don't understand anything, frankly speaking. So quite unusual situation. But okay, Anish will be here in the evening, and we will know the truth. What went wrong? So now the game Fresinya, Ivanchuk, Vasily is thinking after the move f4 has a difficult task, and one more game was played. One more move, Grishuk Caruana. After bishop h3, Black took on b3, ab3. Now the move Rook b8. Attacking the pawn on b3 with the idea to meet the move knight c6 by the move Rook b3. So Black is trying to hold, and if after the move Rook fb8 bishop c4 is coming, then knight g5 and the pawn on f7 is protected. So far Black is holding, but of course compensation of white is more than enough, and it is not questionable. And what we have now in the game, the Mingus Giri. So in this position king g6 was played, and now simply Black is one pawn down, his pawn g7, g5 are doubled pawns, so the position is lost. So this is objectively lost position. In principle, Black has resigned here. Yeah, quite strange. So I still cannot believe that such metamorphose happened in the game within a couple of moves. Maybe I have to invite here the second of Anish, Robin van Kampen, who is sitting behind me, and maybe he can give me some explanations on the theoretical preparation on the moves he missed. So just for a while I'm making a short break, and I'm going to invite here Robin.
Press conference on.
Good afternoon again. Here I have Robin van Kampen, who is the second of Anish Giri, and now I'm trying to understand what went wrong in this game. Maybe you can explain me something and try to explain what went wrong with Anish, because I cannot understand really anything.
Yeah, well, okay, we can look at the position. It was
DC6.
DC6, so here I think...
Did you have this position
yeah,
on the board?
we had this position on the board.
So the position after the move 21?
I think the position, maybe it ended here more or less with the computer saying equality.
So after Queen G5, this is computer evaluation is equal?
Yeah, so this is the position, and I think here Anish played a little bit carelessly, because I think after the move rook takes e3, I just checked it. There is absolutely not much to worry about with black. I mean, this pawn on c6 might look a little bit frightening, but let's say queen d7, I simply have the move rook e7, and the position is equal. So, well, here I think you know, it's just
yeah, this is
without any prospects of being better anymore for white.
Yes, also sometimes in the future white can have some problems.
Yeah, I mean, you can even think about taking over if you want.
Yes, because the pawn on c6 is weak. Yes, please.
Can we ask questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
When you have this position, you think who is better, black or white?
I would prefer, okay, I think concretely it's fine for white, but I would prefer maybe even black slightly. I mean, now white has to think what to do about the c6 pawn, because in some endings it can really become weak.
Yes, I'm trying to understand what was going in the head of Anish at this moment, because...
Well, no, but I think, I mean, I can explain it also, because rook b6, it was, of course, in many of the lines, one of the ideas to win back the pawn.
So it is like computer suggestion in the similar...
No, in similar positions, yeah.
Yes.
But, and of course, if you win this c-pawn immediately, also you're a bit better, because this e-pawn can be weak, yeah? But, okay, I guess he didn't carefully calculate the lines.
So he was not serious, because he was so relaxed after a good successful preparation, because in the chess world it is rarely happening that the position after move 21 you can have on board. And probably he relaxed completely, stopped being serious, completely lost concentration, and then he started playing, forgetting that he's playing against the world's strongest players. So,
well, I don't think he forgot exactly, but I mean, he just didn't carefully calculate, because
but still,
of course the preparation was very successful, but you have to be precise in every
But position. I still believe even in the... Yes.
How come you can say a GM relax and don't take care seriously about the position?
No, because he made a mistake which normally he wouldn't make, right? So.
Yes. So what is the reason he made the mistake?
Okay, so the point is, it happens. Actually, it happens quite often in tournament practice that a player is very well prepared, and he really follows his analysis until the point where the position is absolutely equal as black, let's say, which is a success, because you know you're trying to equalize with black. And then when the moment comes that you just have to make those 2-3 precise moves to really secure everything, you kind of, you're not fully in the game yet,
I understand that.
Because you haven't made any moves yourself.
Yes.
So that's usually the moment, especially because you're up on time so much that you take, at least me, I take easily 20 minutes. Not even so much calculating the lines, but just getting myself really ready, you know, because everything went so smoothly, and now it's really your time to play. And okay, it went wrong there.
But even okay, so he missed probably queen d7, that this is triple attack, rook c8, rook e8, and now pawn f7. But it's actually, it's basic calculation of the variations. Even the very weak player must see this triple attack. So
no, but here, in this moment, of course it's very unpleasant, because he made this move rook b6 and rook f3, he started thinking, I think, at least 40 minutes. And then he realized that he's in major trouble, because rook g3 is just coming after, let's say, queen g6, which protects the pawn on f7.
Yes, yes.
And already there's no better move than rook takes c6.
So you've checked this with the computer?
Yeah, I checked it shortly because I was surprised.
Yes, rook c6, queen d7, and now the pawn on f7 is lost.
But rook b6 is not good.
Yes, rook b6 is a mistake.
No, rook b6 was a mistake.
It's a mistake, yes.
And I still couldn't believe, because I was thinking this position is equal, because I couldn't even believe in my head that Anish Sharma just playing so quickly, and then he can, from equal position, from his opening preparation, just several moves later, 2 moves later, he went into lost position. So it's like such a big blunder.
Well, I mean, it's of course, it's a bit of a harsh punishment to immediately have like basically a lost position after playing one
move. So
one careless move in a position which really looked
equal.
You know, equal already. You know, so it was a little bit random also, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because I understand what was going on in Anish's head, because really all those positions I analyzed, and there was never any real danger.
Have you analyzed this position by yourself, or it was a mutual analysis of you?
No, actually, the whole thing with Rook B8 and so on, I don't know if it's new, but we both already analyzed this line previously on ourselves,
yes.
And we both had similar conclusions, and I just rechecked it.
Yes, because if you analyze by yourself and then you explain to Anish, it is another story. But
okay, you know, you understand this bishop c5 line. It's quite theoretical, and there's a lot of lines there which are a lot more critical than knight c3. So knight c3 is, you know, it's really not the most frightening move. So if you put any position on the board together, it's definitely not going to be this line, in my opinion.
Yes, knight c3, I was told that this is a side line. Yeah. 2 main lines, a4, c3, and I was expecting. So, of course, knight c3 is a side line. But okay, 2 more moves were played. Rook d5, rook f6, king e2, c6, rook c5, king h5, e4. Yes. The position is basically lost, so very little hopes for black in this position. Okay, so thank you very much for the explanations, but don't leave. Maybe we can look also. Just I witnessed a very strange play of Vasily Ivanchuk today, because he had got excellent position of the opening until he played very bad move, bishop a3, allowing black to seize over the center.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the game too.
You didn't follow? No, okay, I can show you that in this position, actually a typical position of the queen's Indian defense.
So bishop a3 is a bit strange.
Yes, and bishop a3 completely gave over initiative to the white side, and white not only started to play on the king side, but also in the center. So that was not played, of course. e4.
But in general, I don't understand. Yes. Okay, I'm not an expert in the structure, but I don't understand if black should change the dark squared bishops.
Yes, and this is completely wrong, because I played for all my life, and I immediately said that this move is a mistake. So also Vladimir Chuchilov was here, and now I see that Vasily is in serious trouble after the move f4, so a couple of moves were played here, rook c7. I was suggesting the move bishop c8 in order to stop move g4. And now just e6 was played. So completely smashing, destroying the position. Yes?
Господин, sometimes I see in the games, very important games,
yes,
they don't respect the principles
of chess. Yes, and this is I'm telling you. Yeah, you must follow the chess principles. So this is a very important thing in chess.
Well, okay, but I'm from a new generation. I can defend my generation.
I'm not speaking about you. I'm speaking about some people like the first game of bishop. It lost knight h5. Knight
g4. It was played.
Or knight g4. Or knight g4.
Okay, but I think I can say something about
h5 attacking the bishop. But even he didn't finish his development. It's against the Russian school.
Yeah, but
I think Botvinnik would be mad to see that. No?
Okay, but you know, the chess has changed a little bit over the last, let's say, 50 years, and the game became much more concrete, much more calculation based.
Yes.
Okay, you can simply see it, for example, in the Chinese school of chess. If you look at their games, it's very tactically, it's not about developing your pieces. And of course, they know these principles and those moves come naturally, but they really look very carefully at all the exceptions. So when people start to play like that, obviously you'll see more exceptions from the basic strategic and positional rules.
I agree with you. It's nicer to see even for the
crowd, yeah, for the
spectators.
spectators, yes.
Yes, but you know, I have in mind two games. There is one game, I think Vachilagrad against Ding-Liren, and recently, and Ding-Liren had his bishop
and rook locked up.
Yeah,
yes.
rook blocked, you know, and
Yeah.
okay. But on the opposite side, Wei against Ding-Liren, you know, he crushed Vachilagrad. So it's very funny. But when you look at the two games, in fact, Wei played, you know, classically, if I can say, like a Russian school teach. And the other one, just one go for bloody tactics.
Okay, I think it's you know, really
So to
examples.
find-
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you
to
can
find
find.
the balance is very, very difficult. to
Yeah, of
find
course,
the balance.
it's difficult to play really modern chess.
It's like poker, you know, sometimes you win, you know, but sometimes you get crushed like crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the position.
Yes, now it is time control, so e6. Maybe it is a little bit premature, but actually it is a concrete play, so it is very difficult to establish what is the truth at the moment. So e6, f6 was played, knight f3, rook c3, e7, now rook h6 is a3. Yes, so bishop c6 was played, knight d4, and now the move bishop, yeah.
So it went all very quickly.
Yes, and now the pawn e7 is cut off from the remaining pawns. And now it is time for the concrete play. And white
Well,
here,
I mean, the first move that comes to mind is bishop b5, I guess.
yes, bishop b5, but then after exchange, rook e3 is coming. And the pawn e7.
Pawn is lost.
Yes, and the pawn e7. For example, this is the candidate move number 1, but then I don't see how I can protect this pawn on e7. And then, yeah, so probably bishop b5, but also here I see some kind of tactics connected.
96 check.
Yes, 96, because after bishop e6, then white can play rook h6, and white is simply winning. So after 96, black is forced to play king f7, and now it is necessary to calculate many moves like knight f8 with idea knight d7, bishop g6 check, rook h6. So it looks a little bit
yeah, I'm trying
sharp,
to
sharp.
calculate, but it's
Yeah,
not
it
so
is,
easy.
yeah, not so easy to calculate the variations. But actually, I believe that it was a mistake for Laurent.
Oh, he could have played the king to e2 or something like
yes,
that.
Yes,
I think that's more solid, and
yes,
especially in time trouble.
It is the same type of mistake that Boris Gelfand did yesterday in his game against. Yes, just before the control, he wanted to finish the game by force, and he started to play concretely, and he didn't have time, and he missed, and he slipped away almost all of his advantage. And here, Laurent Fressinier is shot on time.
And he played bishop b5.
Bishop
so that is a, I mean, I didn't calculate too much after your move rook e3, but it looked like a
yes, on the
total
last
equalizer.
Yes, probably now it's a draw after this move. So it means that somewhere here the big advantage was slipped away. I'm not using any computer engine during my analysis like other commentators. So probably later it will be established by ChessDom or ChessBomb. Maybe there was a direct win for
but
white.
I do see maybe one idea if we can look.
Yes.
So what if I play knight d4 back, trying to play knight c6 protecting my pawn?
Knight d4, rook e7.
And f5. Now my idea is knight e6 check to still use the pin.
Yes, and after g5...
I can play rook takes h6.
Yes, but even this position after... now
rook takes h6 is winning,
yes, now.
Eliminating all the pieces.
Yes, maybe it is not forced to take on e7, maybe I can play f5 here. And after knight
But then
c6,
the game continues, knight
c6, rook e6, rook c1.
But after rook e6, you are not threatening to take my knight, probably. Because again, rook takes h6 will be there. No, I'm sure that Fressinier saw something. Yeah,
yes, saw something.
E3,
yes, saw something.
So I think this is the idea, to play something with f5.
And basically, in this position, black doesn't have anything else than rook e3, because rook h6 is threatening.
Yeah. So, and I think...
so basically, these moves are forced, and now knight d4.
Knight
this
d4
is
looks like an interesting idea.
Yes, this is an interesting idea. Yes, maybe still something is possible here. But in general, in the middle game and close to the time control, everyone had the feeling that there is something in the position, and it should be some realistic way to obtain a huge advantage. Okay, now we must look at the game Brishuk, because a lot of things will be happening here in the minutes, because 13 minutes until the time control, and the position is also quite complex and interesting here. So now I'm going to load the position, and we stopped after the move rook fb8. So now knight c6.
Yeah, I thought in general white is doing really well in these positions.
Yes, the question whether it is the compensation is enough.
Yeah.
Whether he can.
Oh well, I think the compensation is definitely enough. It just I don't know if
No,
it's
more
enough
than
for a big advantage.
Yes, yes. Whether it is more than enough just to make a draw.
Yeah.
Because it's a pity, of course, to lose such a pawn on b3. Because when the structure will remain symmetrical on the king side, it is much more difficult to win. And so I would think more before exchanging pawn c6 to b3. And now just a simple move, bishop c5.
Yeah, I was just calculating this. Maybe
rook c7, bishop c4, and
yeah, that's what's coming. So I think a move like knight g5 is logical, because this knight is so out of play, and at least we're using this pawn on h4 to
yes,
have
but
a square.
then white is increasing the pressure, playing the rook c7.
Yeah, but now maybe knight e8, no? Trying to change this knight.
Yes, maybe bishop c4, but then there is move
some rook
c3.
Well, yeah, rook c3 probably.
Rook c7 and maybe.
No, I'm not sure about rook c3, because he's going to unpin himself with bishop d4 on the tempo.
And then a bishop f7 check, yes.
So let's play rook b2, I think.
Rook b2.
Or again, maybe bishop a3 is there, yeah.
Yes, bishop a3. But then rook b8.
And then rook b6, maybe.
But I think quite simple. Rook c7 and attack this pawn on f7.
Yeah.
So obviously that black is under a lot of pressure at this moment, but still, of course, the position.
It's concrete, right? So knight e8 again. I don't know if it's really special or just looks like.
Yeah, looks like so. But Fabiana is a good defender, so.
Yeah, no, I don't know which move they're at, but if he has enough. Oh, he doesn't have so much time. He has 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, in such positions.
He did play knight g5.
Yes, so after bishop c5, knight g5 has been played, and now white is thinking. So basically all these moves are pretty forced now, and the play will be developing quite soon. And now we see that a couple of moves were also made in the game Pressinier-Ivanchuk. And
rook e3 was played.
Yeah, rook e3 was played, and now probably your suggestion, Robin, knight d4 is being asked.
Yeah, okay, it's normal that he takes some time to calculate this out. But I was thinking a bit more. For the moment, I don't see a better idea than knight d4 f5. I mean, really, there's not an obvious way to use the spin in any other way.
You can also start from the move f5, maybe.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Maybe to begin the move
maybe
f5.
To be more, maybe it's more precise, maybe it's not, that's the question.
Yeah, so now there is more than enough time for Laurent to think, because now he has 55 minutes for the remaining 20 moves.
Yeah.
So there's...
We're definitely gonna calculate here for a while before he's gonna make his move.
Yes, because now the value of each move is very high, and the pawn on a7 is hanging, so he really must prove something at the moment. So, Dominguez Giri. Oh, the rook. Oh, we must look at this ending because I'm not sure.
Oh, it's actually a little bit complicated.
Yeah, so probably it was a time trouble or something else. Yeah, still there is some trouble. 1 minute left. Now let's look.
Wow, it's really complicated, maybe.
So let's look what was there after the move e4. King g4 was played.
Well, I mean, black just has to try to be as active as possible.
Yeah, king e3, rook e6, and now the move h3.
I don't like that move so much. But.
Yes, because I would prefer maybe to play rook f5, rook f3, then h3, then to push away the king. But
maybe, well, I simply don't see what black is going to do. Maybe even something like b4, a4, a5 or something.
yes,
like
before a4, a5 to block the pawn on a6, then rook f5, rook f8. But actually you must be careful because g6 maybe
yeah, but
is
I
idea.
still have c4 also to open up my rook, which is actually maybe if I get my pawn structure before a5 is a good way.
But okay, h3 was played here, king h4, g3. So the idea, of course, to exchange the pawns g, and then the black king will be cut away, and then white wins easily. But of course, black takes on h3, rook g5, g6, now e5. And now we see that the rook on g5 is trapped a little bit, so it is necessary to play king f4, rook g4 to try to bring this rook into play.
Yeah, however, I think actually, well, my worry for Anish is that white's idea is king d4, king c5, king b6, king c7, king d7.
Yes,
after which I can resign, but he might be in time with some counterplay.
Yes, king g2 was played, king e4, king
king
f2.
e4 is a bit strange, right?
Yeah, but actually I see that Linier has a different idea. And now rook g4, played with idea rook f4, rook f6, and then immediately winning pawn on g6, on c6. So basically the end of the game. Yeah, now
this is lost.
Yeah, this is absolutely lost. Absolutely no chance for black even to find even the slightest defense.
Well, that's actually a pretty technical way to play that.
Yeah, it is
maybe
very easy.
Because I thought it was a bit complicated to.
Yes, but
to
of course,
such
a strong player like Linia Dominguez should never. He should never allow such a way of escaping in such positions. So such positions should be won with closed eyes. And now we see king g2 is played. So Anish is creative.
Well, rook f4.
Yes, rook f4, rook 8, rook f6, g5, g4, and then.
Oh, g5, rook g6.
Yes, rook g6. Yeah, that's a desperate attempt to save the game. Oh, Fresenier has played. Oh.
Knight c7.
Oh, so just what a pity for Lagrand.
Very strange.
Yeah, what a pity. So just he let all his advantage going in vain. So now it should be a draw. After rook e3, he played knight c7 too quickly. Oh, knight c7 too quickly. And now after rook e3, knight d5. And basically it's rook e6, then knight f7.
Rook d7 maybe even.
Yeah, rook d7. So, but then knight b6, rook d2.
Yeah,
yes.
d2 check.
So now it's.
But it's very strange because it was already move 41. And it was not such a difficult idea, I think.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Robin. I see now that Anish has resigned, and so we will ask a couple of questions to him. But thank you for the inside information.
Yeah.
So. Of course, not only me, but also all the visitors of the tournament site now understand what was going in the head of Anish. Basically, he does not even need to explain what he made.
Well, we'll see. Maybe there was a very different explanation, but
yes,
I think I'm in the right direction of what.
Yes, because you're almost the same age, so you're thinking in a similar way. Yes, but of course it's a very, very big pity that Anish lost today. Yeah, so stupidly, I have to admit, and to say it directly. So just a stupid, unnecessary loss today for Anish.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Robin. So I'm just stopping my translation for a while, and I'm going offline.
Такая ладно, это ключевой. Yes.
Welcome back. It's the first decisive game of today after 3 draws. We didn't expect that something wrong will happen in the game between Lenia Dominguez and Anish Giri. The preparation went fine for Anish, but something went wrong at some point.
Yeah, because I think it was all
It will disappear the second time.
yeah.
You have to press again.
Yeah, it's some kind of popular variation nowadays, I think, to put the knight on d5. And I don't know if it's a note or not, but okay, it's shown by the computer basically. That you know that the pawn's supposed to be captured back at some point. I remember that
Before queen
today,
7.
today
Rook f8.
I repeated this, yeah. And I remember that this was my main move, but I forgot to repeat it. I thought, okay, it's kind of less human and whatever, I'll find something. And I think this was what I remembered. It looks very, 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 very familiar because bishop d5 is the most natural. Then I thought that white has quite pleasant choice. And okay, before bishop c4, I should equalize, yeah? Here.
Even something else. Oh, even bishop e6.
Isn't it very unpleasant?
Take rook e8.
Rook c1.
It looks similar.
Bishop c1.
But,
No, rook c1.
Which one? Yeah.
Which one?
Maybe f, yes.
Well, this looks kind of a
Bishop d7?
Knight e5.
Oh, knight.
Okay, I mean.
But even, yeah, so
No,
much
bishop
6
c4,
later.
but I thought maybe a rook. Okay, it's not that bad, yeah. Maybe this, then.
But you played correctly. It's correct what you did.
But I think I prepared. You mean Rugiator?
Yes, we just had a discussion with Robin, and he explained how you should have played. So I know
Yeah.
exactly what you should have done.
So tell me.
So after knight c6, bishop c6, you should have played rook e3.
Yeah, I mean somehow this rook
And after,
e6.
after queen d7, rook e7. And you're at least not worse, but potentially, because of the weakness of the pawn c6, Robin has checked everything with the computer. So black is completely okay. After
Yeah.
I
the
thought
move.
some queen a7, but
I was
should be
I
fine
was
for
afraid
black.
of some rook e1 move or something, but
I think you can also later ask Robin, but he checked everything. So
Yeah, yeah.
rook e3 is okay.
no,
But
that
after,
basically I remember my preparation up to this point, and I remember somewhere that rook was coming to the 6th rank, but it was not here.
I thought you were following your preparation.
Yeah, I was quite sure because I remember queen appearing on g5 because I thought maybe queen e7, maybe you have knight d3 to c5. Although I had bishop c8 maybe, and okay. But no, here you are pressing a little bit, not white.
It should be equal.
Also? Okay, but I think white is a little
Rook
bit better.
e6, king f8.
No, but here I see this move, yeah.
Takes.
White's just better.
Okay, maybe.
No, I think this is all. This was basically very precise. Rook e8, queen g5. It was all very precise. Just somewhere in very similar position. There was this move rook b6, and here you just can take.
Mixed up.
Yeah, mixed up, and basically I thought that I'm.
how much time did you spend thinking on the move rook b6?
10, 20 minutes maybe, because.
Yeah,
okay,
but
I
still
wasn't sure, yeah.
20 minutes and then just a blunder.
Yeah,
Because
no.
basically after rook b6, rook f3,
Yeah,
position
that's
is
it's lost.
yeah.
Almost lost him.
And I still, when I was looking at the position, I was not looking very deeply, and then I saw you just
No, but
playing
basically
quickly. I thought that everything
forgot-
is preparation. I, couldn't even
forgot-
imagine.
I forgot this that c6 pawn is not exactly hanging because you know I was calculating something, yeah, like maybe queen d7 or this type of moves, you know, because I was thinking I'm attacking the pawn, you know, but it was not so easy.
Everything was hanging, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean then there's this queen d7 and I was trying to come up with something. I even had the idea to go here, you know, I was thinking for an hour, which makes some sense. But you know, 1 hour. It reminds me of a game with Mamedyarov. I had the same. I made quickly a wrong move, and then I was thinking for an hour, but it didn't help anymore. So the same here. Okay, basically it's. I cannot even make it look like a fight. It's just too hopeless. So okay, it's quite
Unfortunate.
quite quick. Yeah.
Move.
Yeah, it's a bit after such a deep home preparation to lose in such a way.
Yeah, but I'm already getting used to burning novelties, you know, on left and right. It was all the time.
Yeah, it's a pity. Yeah.
Lin, you were surprised in the opening because you were thinking for quite some time. Well, how
Yeah,
did it go?
obviously Anish was much better prepared than me, so I was trying to find some logical moves, but yeah, somehow because I could go bishop b3, of course, instead of taking this pawn on e5, but yeah, somehow I didn't believe that black can play like this, but then I started to think, and then I realized that yeah, black is just in time to get the pawns back, so I was trying to at least put some problems, but I was not really expecting to win after the opening, because it was clear that black should have some way to equalize. Yeah. Only after, yeah, obviously after this rook f3, it was clear that.
Yeah, it was the most precise move, and the game was almost over, you said.
Yeah, actually I also thought first that rook b6 is dead equal, but then I realized that he's not threatening to take on c6, so that's why I thought that.
Yeah, because of queen e7.
Yeah, of course, but it's.
Anish, after the unfortunate rook d6 move, how are you planning to come back in the tournament tomorrow during the rest day?
No, tomorrow I don't have to come back. Tomorrow is rest day. That's a good thing. But okay, I mean, nothing too dramatic. You know, still some ideas left. So hopefully, you know, I will start playing also well, and eventually.
How do you sleep after the losses? Normally, or just you have problems with falling asleep?
No. I mean, if that would be my problem, you know, after this Grand Prix series, I would completely damage my health.
Yes, but it depends on the loss. So if you lose in a stupid
but
way,
you know,
also sleep normally.
There is not a stupid way. I think whenever you lose, you must have done something very stupid, because you know, chess is such a game that in order to lose, you really have to do something extraordinary.
Yeah, some big blunders.
Yeah, so always, I mean, for me it's quite as pity to lose this game as it was to lose to Boris, and as all my other losses. But okay, I mean, it's not, it's part of the job, yeah, let's say.
But I think it's preferable to lose like this than to lose winning positions, or?
No,
because me, I cannot stand losing winning positions.
There is no difference. It's all hurting.
No wonder that you reach this level too, 27 and 28 soon.
Not if I keep playing like that, but eventually, hopefully, yes.
So are you going to join us tomorrow for the excursion?
Yeah, I will for sure.
Yeah, probably. I was quite sure before this game. I think even after this game, I'll gather myself and come.
Even more sure, eh? Completely forget about it.
No. I mean, you know, I like to stay alone for a while after this kind of game, but okay, I mean, hopefully I'll recover slowly.
Well, it's even more appreciated that you joined us here and you.
Yeah, but otherwise I'll get a fine, yeah, if I don't join it. So it was not really my choice, yeah. I have to do it.
Well, what is the fine?
I think it's like something like some hundreds or €1,000, something. I don't know. Some big.
100 or 1,000?
No, hundreds. I think
100.
like €500 or something. No?
For not attending the press conference.
Yeah.
Well, a good advantage for us.
Yes.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, I have a question for both players. We've heard that there's a long bus trip from the venue to the hotel, and that sometimes you have to wait. Is that making things more difficult for the players?
I don't think it's making things difficult. I mean, in general, I prefer to be closer to the playing hall, of course, because I'm always late and it's not enough time. Also, we are playing a bit early for my taste, but in general, it's okay. Also, you get some time to think during these 20 minutes. It's not a big problem, I think.
Yeah, no, in general, it's nicer when you are either playing in the same place where you stay or you are within the walking distance. It's very nice to have a walk before the game, I think, and after. But it's not really affecting things so much, I think. It's not the best to sit in the bus for 20 minutes before the game, but it's not. I don't think it changes things.
Is it a beautiful trip at least?
No, not really. No.
Big happy family. We all travel together.
Yes.
So thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Okay, good evening to everyone. Here I am again, and we have just had the press conference of the only decisive game of today. So Anish has explained why and how he lost, and now let us look at two remaining games of the day, and now going to the game Prys-Ivanchuk. And I can see that after the time control, Lauren committed a serious mistake. After the move rook e3, he should have played the plan connected with idea f5. And after, for example, move rook e7, knight d4, white is keeping the advantage. And still black must fight for a draw. But after move knight c7, and this is remarkable that the move knight c7 was played very quickly, basically without thinking. And so from the practical point of view, I have no explanation why, having 55 minutes of his time without any thinking, Laurent didn't even look at other possibilities. Sometimes very experienced coaches and players say the control is over. So basically you have to take 10 minutes, 15 minutes of your time if you can afford it, and simply sit on your hands without making any further move. Because how you before playing, so this is another way of playing, but when you have the time control is over, a lot of things are changed, and basically you must sit quiet and try to evaluate the new appeared position of bot. So probably Laurent didn't have never heard about such way of thinking, and immediately after the control he committed a serious mistake, playing knight c7. And now we see the same trend as in the previous game of Vasily. The roles have changed. After the move knight c7, black can take on e7, and now black has advantage here in this position, and it is now white who must fight for a draw. And of course I can tell you that my feelings and evaluations that I was telling you before were correct. White was winning before the time control, and he missed several possibilities. So basically with little time, Laurent made a lot of mistakes, and he first let his win go away, and now he has to fight for a draw. So the same difficult psychological task stood yesterday in front of Van Gogh, and Van Gogh was not able to solve his problems. He blundered a piece and lost. So I hope for the better outcome for Laurent, and that he still concentrates and finds the way to make a draw in this game. So one more game is still going, and this is the game Grishuk-Caruana. So I have to comment on this game. So we left on move 27 after the move bishop c5, and after bishop c5, knight g5 was played. Now bishop c4, so all natural moves to attack, and after the move rook b8, white decided to go into tactical variations. So he sacrificed the piece on f7. So everything looks very complicated, and I just don't want to comment because I'm not deep inside this position yet. So let's see at the course of the game. Rook c8, 7, rook f8, bishop f8, rook f8, rook a7. So probably Alexander Grishuk thought that he can win this tight knight on f7, but actually it is not so easy to do, because black has the move knight g4, and then knight can go to e5 or to h6, and white is no longer able to win the knight on f7, and basically the position will remain rook against two pieces. Of course, in this position white doesn't have any risk of losing because the pawns e4, g6 and h4 are weak and everything is on the same flank, but somehow I have a feeling that something wrong went in the calculations of Alexander. So I have a feeling it was not necessary to try to sacrifice on f7. So let's look how it went further. Bishop d5, bishop h6, now rook e7, bishop g5, now rook e4. So white now has two pawns for and rook for two pieces. So now knight f6, rook e d4, knight d5, rook d5, h3, f4, bishop d8, and now white takes the pawn on h3. So now basically white has three pawns and a rook against rook and the bishop. Of course, the material advantage is on the side of the white. He has the advantage, the upper hand in this position. So as before, the difficult fight is ahead of black in order to try to make a draw in this game. So bishop b6, king f2, knight h6 was played, so black pieces are becoming more active. Now the control is over, so move knight h6 was the 40th move, and very good that at the moment Alexander is taking some time to reflect, so I think he is not going to repeat the mistake that Laurent Frissonier has just made, playing too quickly after time control. And of course white has very big winning chances. So in principle it is necessary to try to consolidate the position, to try to keep connected pawns e3, f4 together, and at some point white needs to play h4, h5 in order to exchange the pawn g6. Then white not only eliminate his double pawns, but also he will be ready to start push the passed pawn e and f. So this position is with big advantage, but the question is whether it is enough to win. And here I see some variations. For example, if now king f3, knight f5, e4, then there is a move knight e3 with a double attack. And if after knight f5 white is trying to protect the pawn on e3, playing rook d3, then after knight e3, rook e3, this position should be a draw. Even if you take the pawn h3 and g6 off the board, this is theoretically drawish position. So the pawns f and h do not win. But of course, in a practical play, it is rather difficult to make a draw. So the players must know certain theoretical drawish positions. But still, Alexander is thinking how to react, because of course it is desirable to avoid such a theoretical position, but at the moment the pawn on f4 is hanging, and it is rook f4 is a threat, and it is not so easy to do anything. Basically, I don't see immediately how to save the pawns and not allowing black to sacrifice on e3. So that's why Alexander is thinking. If Fabiana would make a draw, then of course he would again demonstrate his very high skill of defense, as we saw before in the game against Van Hau, when he had difficult position in the middle game, lot of variations, complications, and he was able to make almost everywhere the best moves. And now moving back to the game Frissonier Ivanchuk. So couple of moves were played there. So after rook e7, knight d5 was played, and now probably it is necessary for black to play rook e2, king f3, and maybe to go after this pawn. So black has an extra pawn in this position, but of course the pieces of black are tight a little bit along the h line, and so you can play even rook e1, rook c1. Also, it is necessary to take into account the move like knight f6, but still, according to the last evaluations, so black is standing better, slightly better. Quite difficult to predict how much better, or is it enough for a point or not, but still now white must fight for a draw. So I'm going to take some break for the moment, because the games must develop, couple of moves must be played, and then we'll be back with some updates. Good evening, I am now back online, and to make a small update on the current situation in the games of the fourth round. At the moment there are only 2 games left, and the situation has changed dramatically in the game Fressinier Ivanchuk. So just let's see what is going on in this game. After knight d5, in this position where we left, black played rook e2, king f3, rook a2. We had everything this earlier on board when we were looking at this position, so this is nothing new for us. And here in this position, white made knight c7. It was also possible to take on b6, but then white had to think about the move like rook b2, and the pawn on b3 cannot be protected. So that's why knight c7 has been played. But actually this move does not pose any direct threat for black, because, for example, after the simple move rook c2, the knight c7 is under attack, and after knight e6, king f7, rook h6, rook h6, rook h6, king e6, rook g6, rook c3, black wins the pawn on b3 and the game. So it is not clear at the moment how white can save their position. Of course, the game is not entirely lost for the moment. There are always practical chances to make a draw, but generally speaking, from the psychological point of view, it is very difficult to sit in the chair of Laurent for the moment, because he was pressing, having the advantage starting from move 16, he actually missed several winning possibilities before the time control, and also he missed an excellent chance to keep the advantage after the time control. But probably he was so disappointed, angry on himself, that he stopped even looking at the possibilities, or his head just switched off, and immediately after the time control he made a strong mistake, very big mistake. Instead of f5 he played knight c7, and of course for Ivanchuk this is a completely opposite situation, because now he is very happy. Just he was got a surprise, he escaped the difficult and lost position, and now unexpectedly he has winning chances. And of course when the player finds himself in such situation, it is much more pleasant and easier to play. For example, look at the game of yesterday, when Van Hao was pressing for most of the game, but after the time control he lost the track, made mistakes, he was completely disappointed, his head switched off, and then he blundered the piece and lost. And actually in this game I also see the same pattern, which is now clearly emerging. So, and what is in the game Grishuk-Caruana? So we were discussing the possibilities how to avoid the exchange of the black knight and bishop for the pawn e3, but it was not able to do anything, probably, as Alexander made the move king f3, and now after the move knight f5 he is thinking how to protect the pawn on e4. The problem for white is that after e4 knight e3 there is a double attack. Of course, there are some interesting possibilities to play the move like rook d6 now, but then after knight d1, rook g6, king h7, he has the possibility to have the following ending: just 4 pawns against the knight. Of course, white here is better, but I doubt that it is possible to win such an ending. So at the moment after move knight f5, two possibilities: or to play rook d3 or to play e4 here, and that's why Alexander is thinking at the moment. He must make a difficult choice, but he has no forced win, so he keeps practical chances after both moves e4 and rook d3, but I believe both positions it is possible to defend with the correct play. And actually Alexander should have looked for more chances before the time control, because then his advantage was pretty big. So let us the players think, and what can happen. And then so now I see that e4 was played. So just we were discussing this idea, this possibility, and exactly it was played in the game of Grishuk-Caruana. So now we see the series of the first moves, but of course we already had these moves here on this board, so just wait and see until the game officially arrives at the position with the rook b6 on board. Also, it is interesting to add that after rook g6, maybe it is a better idea to go with the king to f7, in order after rook a7 to have the possibility to play rook h8 and to attack the pawn on h3. This is another option available. Yes? Actually, it is quite difficult to tell exactly, because this ending is not a very practical one. So you can see it very, very rare in the tournament practice. So you need to calculate variations move by move, and the final evaluation of these positions depends on many factors: how far the pawns are advanced, how active is the king, if the pawns are blockaded or not. So in general, you cannot say with 100% of this is a draw or not. But of course, this game will last for a long time. White absolutely does not have any risk of losing, but he has winning chances. And of course, if we saw what was happening yesterday, so it was absolutely dead draw position in the game Grishuk-Ponomarev, and Grishuk was playing maybe for 20 moves trying to win it. So of course, today we will see the same thing. So just the question where black will go after the check on g6. So I think now Fabiano will take some time. Or maybe he already decided for himself where to go with the king. Yes, f7, so just in order to start attacking the pawn on h8 immediately, as I said. Yes, yes, of course, you can ask.
It seems to me that game form could might have won much earlier, but and then that Lenier missed the draw. He could have.
Yes, yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. In the end, probably it was possible to make the draw in the ending, but so.
Let the king.
Yes, yes, to pass. Yes, yes, correctly. Yes, it was possible for black. Yes, to make the draw in the ending. Yes, but chess is a play influenced by many factors. Not only what you see, but how do you feel? Are you tired or not? Many other circumstances, psychological, healthy. So a lot of things make influence. But very common problem that the players simply are tired, and then at a certain moment the head simply stops working, and then any grandmaster can begin playing like a beginner. Yes, you shouldn't laugh. I'm myself a player, and such things. Yes, everyone. Yes, everyone has the moments when they had. Yes, everyone has bad moments when you are simply tired, and then you cannot concentrate anymore. And chess is a very demanding kind of sport. Basically, it is much more difficult to play a chess game than, for example, run 10 kilometers distance, because then physically, but your head remains fresh. And here you have to be able to keep concentration for 6-7 hours. So it is not always possible to maintain. So that's why at the latest stages of the games we see more and more mistakes. And of course, the younger players have much more energy, and the older players have less energy, and that's why they're making more mistakes. And so the change of the generation usually happens. So yes, yes, of course, but it's an exception. It's an exception which only proves the rule. That if you see that the change of the generation is actively taking place. So previously, before, the players which were considered young, now they're considered veterans and so on. And then the new and newer generation is coming, and it is like normal, the way of life. You cannot. Yes, probably they are the only two remaining players from the older generation who can still fight on equal terms. And it is quite difficult to name other older players than them who are still fighting on a high level. So just like. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Get from the old guy and Lenier, the young guy.
So just want to look if there are other developments in the game. So the site of the tournament has stopped updating the games. So just we have to rely on video camera to understand what is going in the games. So yes, of course it is logical, but he was checking, controlling for more things, so it is normal. So now the site is again back online, so it was updated. Now rook b7 has been played. Check. No, king g4 is not possible because there is always knight f2 check. So just probably the idea to try to play e5 or f5 with the check to win some time. Yeah, so just concrete calculations is necessary because there are a lot of checks, pawns are moving. Okay, now there were changes in the game Fressinet Ivanchuk. So after the move knight c7, Vasily decided to go for the attack on the pawn b3. I was suggesting the move rook c2, but actually he made the move rook b2. It is also a logical move, but somehow I have a feeling that the concentration, that the coordination of the pieces is a little bit broken, because the rook on b2 can be cut away by the check knight e6, king f7, and now, for example, the move knight d4. Yes, and now we see that the rook b2 is a little bit cut off. But of course, there are tactical ideas. For example, rook d2, king e3, and now rook d4, king d4, knight e5. So it is not entirely cut away. But I would prefer to play not rook b2, but rook c2 in order to have the possibility to give the check on c3 if necessary. But okay, rook b2 is played, so it is still up to Laurent to prove how he can save the game, because still he is standing worse in this position. Just now to look back to the game. Huh?
Falls, it's over? Or?
Yes, it depends on the, but of course, the only chance for white to create some activity. So the games were played after rook b7. In the game Grishuk Caruana, couple of moves were played: king f6, e5, king f5, rook f7, king e6, rook f6, king e7, rook d6. So just using the fact that the knight d1 is out of play, white is trying to win some time in order to attack, to push the pawns. For example, now just let's look what will be happening after the move rook h3 here, because then there is a move king g2, and basically it is the only move, and after the move rook h4 there is move king g3, because if white takes on d1, then the position after rook 4 is a draw. Yes, because the pawn e5 is weak. Yes, but luckily for white, he has this tactical trick with king g3, attacking the rook on h4, and the knight on d1 is hanging. So after rook d6, it looks like the knight under attack, and probably it is necessary to play knight b2 here. Then after f5, black can play knight c4 and attack the pawn on e5. And it is not so clear how to proceed further to start pushing the pawns, because the pawn on e5 is hanging, the pawn on h3 is hanging. So although white has managed to make a progress, it is still a difficult task. And also you should not forget that if black takes on e5, even sacrificing the knight, and then he wins the pawn on h3, then the ending pawns f and h is a theoretical draw. Yes, but yes, of course it is practical. Yes, it is difficult to play, but of course the strong players, they must know how to handle such type of positions, because it is a basic chess knowledge. And of course, in normal circumstances, strong grandmasters should be in state to make a draw. So now Fabiana is thinking what to do. Of course, he has to calculate the variation with rook h3, double check to make it sure that it is not possible, because if it would be possible, then he can make a draw immediately, and only afterwards he must choose the square of the knight. And of course it is necessary to put the knight on b2, because he can go to c4 and attack the pawn on a5. It is not wise to put the knight on c3, because the knight will be cut away, and it is rather difficult to bring this knight into play. So what other changes in the game in Prasenia Ivanchuk? No changes here. So just two interesting endings are going at the moment. So the players are thinking, and of course now they are tired. So just I don't know what to say more for the moment. So we just have to wait and see how yes until the end. Yes, definitely. Yes, of course. All chess players are professionals, so they are trained until the very end. And especially in this knight c3 was played. I didn't expect this move. So yes, maybe he has other ideas. For example, if now king g4, then maybe knight e4 is possible with idea knight f2 check. Or maybe he's going to give the check to g8. Yeah. So if Fabiana was thinking and he made a conscious decision playing knight c3, then for him it is clear that this move is better. So he is the player. But still, I believe that although white is standing better, white should not be able to win this game. So with the correct defense, black should be able to defend. Because knight is an active piece, rook is also can give lot of checks, and it is rather difficult to start pushing the pawns further. So I believe with the correct play, this game should finish in a draw. But meanwhile, Laurent Fressinet has made one move. So just and now I'm thinking that he is going to lose today. Unfortunate for him, because after rook b2 he played the move rook d1. So he sacrifices the second pawn already. So it is obvious that black must take on b2, and he's trying to give some checks on d7, but after rook b3, for example, king e2 or king f2, just there is move f5, and after rook d7 the king can go out to f6 maybe, or to f7. So I don't believe that white compensation for the moment should be enough to make a draw when white is already 2 pawns down. Yes, so I think 2 pawns down is too much in this position. But still, of course, when there are checks possible, when the rooks are active, there is always space to make a mistake or for the blunder, as we have already seen in the latest rounds. Especially after the time control, players are becoming tired and they tend to make more and more mistakes. So if you're fighting, if you're trying to defend the position, so sometimes you are being rewarded for that. So the French followers still have some hope that. So if something else has been played, so he played king f2, and I don't think that this is a good move. So after rook b3, king f2 was played, because now f5 can be very, very strong, because now knight is going to g4 with check. So I think king f2 is another mistake of Laurent, because the problem for black in this position is how to get rid of the knight on h6. And after the move f5 now, black is ready to give the check on g4. And now I can see on the position of Vasily how seriously he is thinking, which measures he is taking. So it is possible to see that he is very, very deeply concentrated. So he is already feeling that maybe he wins another game today. So just I know him pretty well from 1986, so we played a lot of games together. So just, and he is the player that it is very easy to follow and to see, because he's yes, he's very, very emotional player. So everything what is happening on the board, sometimes you can guess and understand on his face. So I believe that Vasily is going to win today. So I have such a feeling. Just now a look if something happened. Then king f6, king. Actually, besides the move f5, probably it is better to play knight f7, just to exchange the material and to try to solve this problem immediately. So I've just opened engine, so knight f7, and black is winning. Yes, now just engine is saying knight f7 here is winning. So okay, I think now I have to disconnect for a while, so not a lot of things is happening on the bot right now, so the players are thinking, so Vasily is also thinking. So just I will be back when there will be new happenings on the bot. on. So I'm now back online because I see some developments in the games, and I see that in Grishuk Caruana several moves were played. And now let's go to this game, and we stopped after the move knight c3. So white decided to give up his h pawns, so he played f5, rook h3, king f4, rook h2, and now the move f6. So king e8 has just been played, and now it is clear that the direct move e6 gives nothing for white, because after rook f2, king e5, rook f6, king f6, knight e4, king e5, knight d6, king d6, king d8, the game ends in a draw. So after king e8, the position what we have now, white must think of something special. But any move, for example rook c6 here, will end the game in an immediate draw, because then knight d5 and the knight will be sacrificed for the pawn. So rook c6 cannot be played. So possible move is rook d3 here, but then, for example, black can give the check on f2, and if the king is going to g5, then knight e4 is enough for a draw. And after move king e3, there is a check rook e2, attacking the pawn on e5, and also ending the game in a draw. So quite difficult to find a win for white at this moment. I don't see this win. Another possibility is to try to activate the king, go to e6, in order to create some mating ideas. So the idea is the following. For example, now rook f2, king e6, now knight e4 is possible, and after rook b6 or rook c6, black has another defensive resource, knight g5. So this approach is also not working. So probably the game will finish in a e6, rook e2, rook f2, king e5. So I don't understand why Fabiana Caruana didn't take on f6 immediately with a draw. So he's trying to give the checks. Okay, so let's see what is happening there. Rook e2, king f5, rook f2, now again king e5, and we see that the players are going to repeat the moves. So king f5, rook f2, so probably it will be as soon, so it will be a draw. Yes, so they will be coming here soon. Yes, just shake, the hands are shaken, and now we have only one game remaining, Fressinet Ivanchuk, where Laurent is trying to save the difficult position on the board. And let's see what is happening in his game before the press conference. After knight f7, king knight e6 was played, king g8, and now rook g4, trying to create some counterplay, attacking the king, attacking the black king. But still, I believe it should not be enough here. Okay, now I see that players are coming here in this studio, so we're almost ready to start the press conference. So I'm going offline at the moment, and the players will be soon here.
Just a moment, I need to... Yes.
Welcome back. It was the direct encounter between the two players who might qualify for the candidates tournament, Alexander Grishchuk and Fabiano Caruana. It ended in a draw, but it was nevertheless an extremely interesting game with probably ups and downs. I'm very curious, Alexander, if you could have pushed for more.
Could, if I was winning, of course I could.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a very risky line for both players. At the beginning I have no idea, but here I think I have a very good initiative, very strong. There was a line of Queen A5, Knight B5, Rook some C8, and then very strong A4 I think.
I can still play Queen B6 here, but it looked extremely risky.
Knight DB5 is stronger
Yeah,
than
yeah.
Knight CB5. Knight B5 is...
what?
Knight here, Knight DB5?
Yes, is much...
but if
no,
A6
after Queen B6 immediately. Ah, you're talking about... Yes, in this
Here?
position.
Knight DB5.
Ah, and Knight A5.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for white now.
Ah. Yes, but it's, it's a matter.
Okay, it's clear at some point I really
Also
misplayed.
there was some very nice lines, if like, because black could try to play like h3, because maybe I don't have any real threat, but let's say at some point maybe black inserted h3, g3, and then
Couldn't you just play Knight CB5?
like let's say maybe some move earlier. For example, maybe here you play h3, or I don't know.
Some Knight
Or
B5.
even here you play h3 maybe, I don't know. So just if this position, and now you play this, because now, yeah, if I take, you just take, and there is a mate. So that's the difference with the game, that now it's a mate. But I think then very strong knight e6 just collapse for black. Knight d5, I think. I should win everything. Okay, I'm not sure, but it looks like I will just win everything. Okay, and yes, knight db5. But still, here have a very nice position. I don't know. Maybe black could take.
Knight e7?
Yes.
Bishop c5?
Yes, and take.
Knight f5?
And king d8.
Knight e7?
Like this.
Somehow I was thinking I'll get mated or something here. But can you play bishop c4?
Yes, then it's a trap.
Oh.
And then works. But I mean, no human will go for this. Like I can insert this, probably black hook should go there, and like I don't know, maybe now take.
Yeah, it looks losing.
Extremely dangerous. But here, yes, okay, so all okay, so humans quite forced, and here from far away, when I calculated till this position, I thought I will just simply play bishop d4, but then black has rook d8, I think.
Or knight e8?
What?
Or knight e8?
No, but actually it's 3.
And rook g6.
But this was trap. But even if you go like to g4, I maybe take and take.
Yeah, okay, here I lose everything.
Yes, but then I didn't like, I think, rook d8. Okay, so now I have to move rook, let's say to b1, maybe you have even rook b8. So it's like, I don't know, somewhere with the rook. And now it's threat take f6, take f7. But there was some move I didn't like. Maybe knight fh7.
And
Then
knight
I,
f7?
anyway.
No, by rook d4 and then. Well.
No, somewhere, there was somewhere. So maybe h5.
Yeah.
So that's why I spent so much time here, because here I thought black must play rook f7, and it's okay, white is better, but I mean it looks much better for white than it actually is, because, for example, okay, this is the most natural move, then rook c7, and then let's say bishop e6, I don't know, maybe rook e7 or just knight h5, and if black exchanges, then he comes back with knight f6, it's just a draw, I think. So that's why I spent so much time, because I thought it's like almost a draw. Okay, some chances, but and then rook f8, after which it's extremely dangerous for black. But unfortunately, I already had like 1 minute left. So, and here I think maybe knight h7 is better, because from g5 it covers both e4 and f7, and from e5 it only covers f7. So.
But can you maybe play something like rook d5 here? Or just rook c8?
Okay, rook d5 I will not play with 1 minute. With
rook c8.
No, with back.
So it was a time trouble problem?
No. I mean it was, but then Fabio caught me, catched me. I mean, with the time, and I was winning. So I think bishop d5 is a good move. And bishop h6, I'm not sure if it's a bluff or not, because if h3 you can take, yeah?
No idea. Didn't have any time, but rook f7?
Rook f7, knight d1. No, but bishop f7, but then probably, and rook d8, rook f8.
And rook 8?
Okay, so it was, but it's not sure it's winning. It's a draw probably, because it like this and g5 is a win.
This looks drawish.
Probably it's a draw.
Oh, no, but rook a4, just going to fall. Okay, maybe not bishop f4. But it's not easy to find a place.
Okay, it was like semi-bluff, it's not complete bluff. But anyway, rook e7 is a good move.
Yeah, I think you're
because
totally
at first I just thought what to move, I mean where will it go, but then I realized there is knight e3. At first I thought just like that. Because I think you had a very strong move bishop e5, at least very
and h3?
If h3 then you go back.
Okay, this is not so clear.
Bishop c4, king g7, and then knight g8, knight h6.
Okay, but well, it's still totally pinned. You can play bishop a2, rook c1, rook c4 or something, or rook b1, rook b7.
Well, maybe g3 makes some sense.
No, but even here, after h3,
yes,
bishop a2.
Yes,
rook b1. And you take the pawn, rook b4 or something. I go to g5.
Yes, that's the point, that it's very good here on
and
g5.
if f4?
f4?
Yeah, try and get a square.
Okay, but I want to win this pawn, not to exchange.
No, but maybe you
it's a new conception, maybe. Because what you did, I think you were just completely lost. And okay, especially after h3, if I just take.
Okay, here it's totally losing.
This is just.
But if I don't play h3 also.
No, but here, I mean.
You just start to push your pawns.
Yeah, no, but that was my problem, that I thought, okay, you will play some king g7 or bishop f6, some normal move, and I prepared f4. So when you played h3, I just went f4, and now maybe it's a draw.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, okay, I have to play like rook b5 or something, some rook b1. I need to make some really...
No, because let's say you play g4.
G4?
No, rook
Ah,
d8 is
shit.
something. That's probably just when you...
Maybe, but okay, at least here, I think it's maybe.
Yeah, you can still go put rook d3 and king g2 after. We'll say rook, yeah, either, no, rook 5 d3.
Yes, and the knight f6. Like king h1 or like.
Maybe rook b1.
Ah, yeah, rook b1 first. And then king g2 is rook b.
Yeah, maybe. And here, yes, it's
So
like
now it's a draw.
it's like etude. Like all pieces are like you move one pieces to any square and it's winning. But as it is, it's just it's unbelievable. And then okay, I should have went for and try to get f and h pawn.
I don't think you can because king f7. So doesn't matter. King d7. And I put the rook.
h4.
Yeah, rook a8. And here you go.
Yeah, because after here, I think I already cannot. Here I'm not in time. If I let's say play this, then I'm not in time. Yeah. And yeah, but I thought there would be some chances maybe here, but it's just completely wrong.
But isn't it the same position if rook e1, bishop e3, you take everything? And king f3?
But it's bad to move.
Yeah, I mean,
so king g7.
King f3.
Yes, and now I think I'm
And
not.
h4?
h4.
Well, I could go with g7 in another position also.
I mean, like this.
h3.
King h6.
Maybe to start
Yes.
with king h6?
No, here it's a draw. Because you go probably king g3, yes, or to play h5.
You could play h5, I guess, and rook d6, king g3, and try to... Well, some chances, I guess.
No, but I mean, but there was one problem that if... okay, maybe because this was the problem somewhere.
And rook d4? Yeah,
Yes,
and rook
and
f4.
take
Yeah.
f4. But yeah, anyway, I should have tried this because this is just completely.
So Fabiano, it was a lucky save today?
Yeah, it was totally hopeless. Just time saved me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was totally outplayed before that.
So it started to go wrong from the middle game or from the opening phase?
I mean, okay, the opening was complicated. I think my position shouldn't be bad. Just some kind of King's Indian attack with reverse colors. But I totally underestimated the c5 idea. There should be maybe some way to prevent it, or at least to meet it better. And yeah, after I took on c5, queen b3, I also totally underestimated. I thought we play knight e4, and
but the structure is very difficult to play against because it is not a very commonly played structure. So you need to get some experience. I also have sometimes problems because it is so rare played now.
I used to play this. Okay, I used to get this with black when I was playing the French, but I mean, well, let's say the structure with black, this King's Indian after e4, 63, but I never really played this structure from the King's Indian side.
Alexander, probably you're not extremely happy after this round, but tomorrow is the free day. Do you have any special plans for tomorrow?
No.
Just focus on the tournament.
Yeah, just didn't even think. So.
Yeah, that's true. You had plenty of moves to think about, so... are there any questions from the audience? Because I'm sure...
Yeah, I have a question for both players. When you have to play to try to win the tournament, does it change the types of openings that you choose to use?
No, not really. I mean, in general, I usually try to win tournaments, so it's not different than any other.
Me too. No, especially that I already showed this refutation of Grunfeld just in ACP Cup just 1 week ago against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So if you know refutation of Grunfeld, why would you change?
Did either of you feel like the matchup with each other was a particularly important game because you both have so much on the line this week, or just like any other game?
Yeah, I think all the games are important, and this one was also critical. I mean, but I think in general the result doesn't depend on one game. the final result doesn't depend on one game, and you can lose one game and still win the tournament, so it's not a big deal.
No, I mean, it could be if there was, if we needed to overcome each other, but as it is, when you have to just win, it doesn't matter. So.
Okay, just one last question. Do you both still like your chances of winning the event?
It's impossible to say, it's only 4 rounds.
It's probably more a question to me, but yeah, look, right.
To you, because I remember you mentioned at some point after winning the ACP Rapid tournament that your chances to actually win the 6th Grand Prix decreased considerably because you never won 2 tournaments in a row. But
Yes, but I don't know, they for some reason took several interviews after this ACP Cup. Although, I mean, it's not the biggest victory of, in the history of chess, but somehow like 3 or 4 interviews I had to give. So at some point I have ran out of things to say, so I started to say some nonsense.
yeah. And anyhow, that was rapid, this is classical, so it's different. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good luck.
Потом героически защищался абсолютно так же, как вчера. То есть вчера тоже хуже позиция, контроль то не менялся и спас. Окей.
Welcome back to the final game of today. It was again a decisive round between Laurent Fressinet and Vasily Ivanchuk. Unfortunately for Laurent, at some point things were not going your way, but it looked extremely promising. Winning, yeah.
I think I was completely winning.
Yes, you were winning.
On move 30, I mean, just it's really pity because I think I played quite well. I mean, at least I outplayed my opponent till move 30, and then I just this e6 here. I thought I was winning by force, and I played e6. Okay, he cannot move here. I mean, he has no move. Okay, rook c3 is coming, but maybe king f2, king e2. I don't know. King f3. Because king e2, okay, king f2, knight g4 check. And okay then.
But you should not forget that bishop c8 is coming into
defense. Well, I know this. King e2, rook c3. I can even, I don't know.
Maybe bishop f5 at some point.
King d2. I know bishop f5. I was calculating something like that. I mean, I should just play some precise more and it should be winning.
Yes, of course, you were winning a couple of times in the middle game, so you can.
I think I played. Okay, I don't know the open bishop a3 maybe is not so good. Okay, and then here I think I'm already at least slightly better and easy to play. Huh? So, okay, what can I do? I just blunder very stupidly, and then.
But you know, after the control, you could have got better position when you played knight c7 on move 42, and actually it is a very big mistake. You could have played f5 and keeping the advantage. So you were very quick to make a mistake immediately after the control. You didn't even think, and you.
Of course, I thought. I was thinking.
Yes, but maybe 2 or 3 minutes. When you had 55 minutes on the clock.
Okay, but knight c7 also looks very natural.
No, knight c7 is just fight for a draw, and after f5, white is better. Because then knight d4, and after gf4 there is rook h6.
Okay, rook e7 and what?
Knight d4.
Yeah, but okay. Before it was even bigger advantage.
You saw this? You see?
Да, я видел.
He saw f5.
Yeah, and later on you couldn't have saved it anymore.
I mean, I was not.
No, it was possible to save the game. You had the possibility to play rook c1, and then it's a draw.
When?
Huh?
When?
Rook
Well, of
Instead
course, when you sit here with a computer, it's very easy then to give advice.
No, I just
yeah?
give you.
But okay, rook c1 here, rook d8.
No, instead of knight c7. Knight
Yeah,
c7
okay, rook,
is
rook c1, rook d8.
I don't know. I was not.
Okay. Then it's what I say. Yeah, it's always then after the game because I didn't see. I
when
don't know
I
if I see it.
annotate, I never used the engines. Only just after the control, I looked a little bit because.
Yes, but the line you showed, I think it was with engines, no? This f5 and.
No, f5 was actually offered by Robin van Kampen, who was sitting here without any computer. We had a discussion, and also knight d4 is possible without
so,
f5.
Okay, rook c7, knight f7, and then what?
If f5, g4. f5, knight c6.
But okay, rook c1, I thought it was just through the. I thought this, but I didn't see here. I mean, maybe there's something, but.
Maybe knight f6 is possible.
When?
After rook d8.
Yeah, but no.
Rook c1, rook d8, knight f6.
Yeah, but knight f5.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 is a bad news.
Yes.
So you see when you switch off the engine, then it's a bit more tricky. Okay, so I didn't see it. I mean, okay, maybe, but I just I didn't see much after the time. But I regret this f5. I didn't see.
Also, knight d4 was possible.
Yeah, okay, with the same idea.
Yes.
To play f5. Yeah? I just missed the idea. Okay, it can happen. And if g5?
Rook h5.
Rook h5?
I think so.
And so what? Knight d4, knight d4. Okay, takes, knight d4, knight f7.
Knight e6 check. Takes, rook h6.
Yeah. Or rook c1 maybe, no?
Rook h6, only move rook a7, f7, and no moves after.
Yeah.
King f3.
Yeah, aesthetical position.
I thought I missed already here.
Yeah, the trend was not in your favor at the end of the game.
Well, but the trend, I mean, if I play f5, the trend will be in my favor.
You played too quickly.
Okay, thank you, Sergei, for these advices. But then maybe you should play one of these days. I will give you my play.
I also sometimes play chess.
Yes. But I mean, okay, and you know how it is. I mean, it's not so easy when you are
yes,
playing.
Yes, of course. I was explaining that it's the typical mistakes. Everyone is making such a mistake.
No, I started to think here. 2-3 minutes, you are not right. I think here I stopped for maybe 5-10 minutes, but I just completely missed it. Okay, it's pretty. But here, I mean, around here, I don't know. Okay. What will? I think at some point he should play knight e4.
Yes, knight e4, yes. Or just wait instead.
But e4 coming, no?
Knight e4 probably last time.
Yeah, but
takes
knight d2, yeah?
Knight d2, f5, what is this? Knight c4, bishop c7 somehow.
Yeah, well, I was not sure here. d5 doesn't work, so I should...
yes, I was worried...
Queen c3.
Queen c3, queen b4, yes. But I was worried about d5. If c takes d5, queen c3, if knight e5, take everything and knight e2, d4.
Yeah, so. But okay, I can also wait. I can play like this. Huh?
Here knight f6.
Knight e5. c5.
c5 maybe?
Yeah,
or takes,
c5.
c5.
If you take, I think I'm better. No?
c5, knight c4 somehow is.
Yeah, I think I was...
Yeah. Yes, so it's dubious. So I think if to play knight e4 is a much better moment here, if I want to play this.
Okay, take.
Take, knight d2, f5.
Yeah, but I thought knight c4 actually.
Knight c4, surely bishop c7. Queen c2 somehow.
Okay,
why not f4 or something?
Right, 4 also possible. And another question, so knight d2. If knight f6 here, what is
Knight
this?
c4?
Knight c4.
Oh, queen c2 first, maybe. Oh, no, queen c2, queen c2, queen e7, knight c4?
Maybe.
It's
So maybe,
some kind of
best way just to play this without.
Yeah. Vasily, why did you play a5? Was it really necessary to waste
No,
the tempo?
no.
It's a lot of time important.
Yes,
actually.
maybe rook c8 immediately. But okay, it's nothing bad here, I think, because.
No, it's normal.
Yes, it's normal, but I played queen e7. Probably after rook fe1, I should place queen d8 or queen f8, something like this. Because after bishop is h4 very strong.
I played it.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
I think I played normal here. Okay, e6. Should be, but it's not so, yeah, you're very bit tough. But maybe like this, yeah. It should be some win by force, I'm completely sure.
Yes.
I will just. And what about bishop b5 we check, yeah.
Are you looking for the first win? Do you want to know?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Move 30. Queen e2 instead of queen h6.
Queen e2? And then rook h1.
Rook h1, knight g5, yeah? And if takes? If takes?
Rook h1.
I can take and be knight d4, on knight d4.
No, rook h1 probably, immediately.
Why, queen c1?
Queen c1 takes and knight
g5.
d4. On knight g5, yes.
Rook h1, then queen here. Oh.
Knight takes d4, without taking, because my knight unprotected. Yes, nice trick. Yes, queen e2 was.
Not too difficult. But okay, queen h6 is.
Yes, of course. Anyway, my position is terrible.
Yeah, so here, here was the last.
But here white is not winning, so it's not very huge evaluation, so it should be away somehow too.
Which one?
Just a moment.
Maybe rook e7, knight d4, knight f7, something like this. Is it possible? Knight f7.
After f5, rook e2 is given. King f3, rook e7.
This idea knight f7.
What yes.
Queen e2, intermediate check. King,
so this is
rook e2. But white can start with knight d4.
But somehow I don't see what is going in exactly after knight d4. So maybe there is also some kind of nuance here. I don't understand.
Knight f5. Okay, if rook e7 directly,
maybe
knight d4, knight f7, is it so bad?
Maybe after knight
fg6, rook h4, knight f5, check.
This is nice. Huh?
Yes, knight f5 check. I'm losing.
And after knight d4, maybe f5 is possible, and then knight c6, rook e6, or maybe at some point give up the exchange.
How you want to give up?
No, before, after knight d4 instead of f5.
But f5 it was winning, no?
No, it is not winning completely. Rook e2.
Rook e2 check.
Okay.
King f2, rook e7. If king f1, also something.
King f3 and what?
If king f1.
King f1 is not given, so I don't know why. So rook e7 is the main line. Knight d4,
knight
f7.
Yes, and now probably.
What's the first
rook
one?
e7.
Rook e7, okay, knight d4 and what?
Knight f7, because now we have idea with knight e5.
So black is holding, worse but holding. fg6 now.
Knight e5 check.
Knight g5.
G5.
Yes, king f2, rook h, e8. Knight f5, king g6, and white wins the exchange.
Yes, good.
So this is the main line.
Yes, excellent winning chances, but still.
Yes, still you can fight. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, still long game.
Yes.
But of course, after knight c7, and the position for white became difficult. And here white is pressuring.
Yeah. No, first time I saw rook c1 was draw, but then I saw d8 and.
And that's why you didn't play it. Unfortunately.
Yes, but okay. Why unfortunately? I think I'm lost here, no? Yeah. What should I do?
After rook c1, the main move is rook f8.
I don't know why rook d8 is not played. Maybe knight c7, something like this.
That's all they say.
I don't know. Just trying to understand.
I'm also trying to. I mean, I was trying during the game to understand which kind of trick I can have, but.
Rook d3, king e4, rook
Maybe
g3, knight e8, something, or knight e6.
But okay, I mean, maybe here, no?
Yes, knight e6 check. Knight d4.
And knight d4. But okay, I cannot believe it. Okay, anything possible.
Yeah, it is quite difficult to calculate.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Maybe you can take here then. I don't understand.
Yes.
Okay, so some computer. I didn't see. I mean, I thought knight f7. First, I had some hallucinations. You know. I mean,
yes, but here everything is fine.
No,
sorry. Are you going to play the day after tomorrow at the same time for positions? Lately you played the same structure.
Yes, but okay, maybe. I will understand that bishop, queen e7, bishop a3 is better idea.
But it is a lucky type of position for you.
Yes. Yes.
Are there any questions? Otherwise, we will have a very nice rest.
Okay, see you day after tomorrow.
Okay.